else am I doing here? How did this break? I'm just setting up this speed running thing. I don't really know enough yet to actually start, but I saw like a few videos. I thought I'd just play the game and get used to it first.
Rising, re-establishing power to core and supplementary systems. The ice-bomb modification to your equipment launcher has been completed.
Back here. There we go. Okay.
Once fired, the bomb will douse nearby enemies in freezing gases. You'll have to manually toggle the launcher to fire either ice bombs or frag grenades.
Do it. Another weird thing about Eternal. I'm just gonna save that. a little high. Does it not go a point? Oh, I was on it. The fuck? Okay, there we go. Wait, what? I forgot what to do here. Oops. That's where I gotta go.
The Doomslayer moves at 9.52 meters per second forward and 8.57 meters per second backwards. This backward speed is 90% of our forward speed, and this relationship also applies when we have overdrive and blood fueled. These are ground speed caps, so if we get a speed that's higher than this ground speed cap, we can't maintain it by walking on the ground. I will teach you in later videos how to maintain higher speeds. When moving diagonally forward, we maintain our forward speed, and moving diagonally backwards, we maintain our backwards max speed. Ramps decrease our horizontal speed relative to their angle. So generally speaking, we want to be jumping over ramps when we can, and when we're forced to move up ramps, we want to be in the air as much as possible. Ground acceleration is rather fast in this game. However, you'll rarely see people stand some distance behind a door that's about to open and time reaching full speed when the door lets them through. For most of the game, we have other options to accelerate, but on occasion there are some instances where that might be useful. Air acceleration by default is a lot lower than our ground acceleration. So generally, when you don't have the air control rune, you want to start moving at full speed, and then you want to jump, as opposed to jumping and then starting to hold whatever direction you want to go in. The air control rune changes this, of course, because it increases our air acceleration. One other bit of air movement tech I'm going to show you, but first I'm going to do a little bit of a demonstration. So first I'm going to hold forward, I'm going to let go forward and jump. Okay? Let go forward and jump. We maintain our speed. Now I'm going to turn my camera over, while again letting go forward. Remember, I'm not holding forward while I'm in the air here, excuse me. Now I'm going to hold forward the whole time and turn my camera. Oh, as you can see, I'm kind of turning in the air. All right? If I turn too fast, it doesn't quite work. All right? I just keep going directly forward. I can't turn too fast, but if I turn on the air control rune again, whoa, I can turn much faster in the air with this tech. And I can actually move sideways, or do this tech sideways, excuse me. Backwards. Diagonally as well. Alright. So you can do it in every direction. And this tech allows us to turn in the air while maintaining our high speeds. We see, as if I were to just use air strafing, like normal air strafing, if I were to try and turn left here, I would lose all my speed. This tech is confusingly called air strafing. Not to be confused with this air strafing, it's called air strafing. And the reason we still call it air strafing, even though it's not accurate in this game, requires a little bit of history lesson. This game runs on the id Tech 7 game engine, which is a distant descendant of the Quake engine. This may perk up some of you because another engine that is a descendant of the Quake engine is the legendary Source engine, which features the Half-Life, Portal, and Titanfall series, among many others probably. The Quake, Gold Source, and Source engines also have air strafing, but it is significantly different. The part where you turn in the air is with your camera is pretty much exactly the same, but there are some significant differences. The part, for example, in order to air strafe left while moving forward in those engines, you'd have to actually let go forward, hold left, and then turn your mouse left. Right? Whereas in this game, you just hold forward the whole time and you turn. But the more significant change is that in those engines, your speed actually increases when you air strafe, making movement and routing much more complicated because you actually want to, instead of going in a straight line, you want to air strafe to increase your speed in order to, and that'll actually let you get there faster to where you want to go, excuse me. The reason it's called air strafing, as a result, is because in those games, the game actually caps how much, caps your airspeed. So even if you were to increase the air acceleration by a ton, you would quickly reach this cap if you tried to move back and forward like this. So the only way to move in the air is to do this air strafing tech, right? Or rather control yourself in the air is to do this, quote, air strafing tech, unquote. Whereas in Doom Eternal, this game isn't quite useful because unlike in those games, you can actually strafe in the air. However, I'm still going to call it air strafing, even though it's not quite accurate, because real, quote, real, unquote, air strafing isn't really a tech, whereas this actual air strafing tech has its significant uses for movement and speed runs. So, we've covered basic ground movements, movement on ramps, acceleration, air strafing tech, and a little bit of a history lesson. Cheers. In the last video, we covered basic ground and air movement and the air strafing tech. I mentioned in that video that the ground has a speed cap. This video will cover how to maintain speeds higher than that speed cap through the use of jumping. But first, let me explain the input overlay in the bottom center. I have jump bound to scroll down, as well as the encoding. Additionally, I have a macro bound to the spacebar. This macro spams the scroll wheel at 100 Hz. This macro is the only macro we allow for speed. It's meant to emulate free scroll wheels, which can fire inputs very quickly, so people with a free scrolling mouse don't have an advantage. It doesn't actually provide an advantage of what we're going to do this today, but I'll go into more detail about that later. I'm only mentioning this now so you know how to read the input display I have. I also want to note that my inputs for jumping are they aren't necessarily the best or worst, you just don't have to copy it. Anyway, because the ground has friction, and the air doesn't, the best way to maintain our speeds is to just simply stay in the air as much as possible. We do this just by jumping as soon as we touch the ground. This is called bunny hop. The later you jump, the more speed you lose. So to help us speed hop on PC, we combine the scroll with the jump and then scroll right before we hit the ground. Scroll, scroll, scrolling, scroll, etc., etc. So you would think that players with a scroll, or without a scroll, excuse me, or controller players would have a large disadvantage, and that macro and free scroll mouse would be better than using a standard scroller. But not exactly. Doom Eternal complicates bunny hopping dramatically. To explain, let's start with the demonstration. I'm going to use a console command to teleport me into the air, and then I'm going to let the game just carry me to the ground. Notice that the Slayer does this lurching animation. This animation is based on my height. Right, so the higher I fall, the more dramatic the animation. Okay? Now I'm going to teleport and then tap forward. You'll notice that I'm actually gaining a little bit of momentum on the ground there. I'm getting pushed forward. And this doesn't matter which direction. It's whatever direction you're moving, not whatever direction you're facing. So let's do backwards, for example. All right. Now, let's just tap forward here off the ledge. You'll notice that, oopsie, I'm able to take this lurch momentum and actually carry it just by sliding off. I can also do something a little bit simpler. I can just jump right after I land. You also might not be able to tell, but you actually get this lurch even from double jump height. Right? It's hard to tell from the animation because it's very small, but you do actually get momentum even from double jump height, and you can even get it from like a tiny height like this. Right? Very, very tiny amount. And so if we jump right after we get this lurch effect, we actually are able to get some speed. So get it, come on, give me a lurch, thank you. This is called lurch hopping. So why isn't the macro free scrolling mouse better? Because this landing lurch mechanic only applies the second frame that you land. If you jump on the first frame, you don't get any speed. More about this later. So the macro is actually too fast. Additionally, because Doom Eternal is an infinite friction, you don't have to hit the second frame to gain speed. Hitting a frame later than the second inch is still not use of speed, and if you hit the jump really well, you could still at least maintain the speed you have going. This is why controller players can still maintain speeds somewhat consistent. Although lower vertical speed landings, they are still at a disadvantage when it comes to gaining speed because we still are able to use a scroller to more reliably hit that second, third, or fourth frame. So what happens if we jump on this first frame? What we call a first leap. Strange things happen, most of which I'll cover in another video, but for now, all we need to know is that our speed is simply maintained, no speed loss or gain. So when doing large vertical drops where you have 0 to no vertical or horizontal speed, you want to avoid hitting the first frame speed hop. So let's see if I get it, there we go, hit it, I didn't get it speed. This is why you want to generally speed hop when I was rehearsing this video, I could never get a firsty from these heights, but now I'm getting it. See? Oh, I got the lurch there anyway. But yeah, you want to avoid using the macro. So generally what I do is I like to scroll really slowly. Right? Okay, of course I hit the firsty anyway, even though I scroll slowly. Right? Or even better, just time the jump with a single move. You might notice that the game quality and video quality in this video is a little lower than the last one. You might also notice that my frame rate is and software is also higher. How much speed you gain depends on the first frame, or depends on the frame rate, and the frame time. The rate affected by the second frame rate, so the shorter that frame is, the less speed you lose to friction if you jump on that specific frame. Additionally, that second frame rate is longer, so on the third frame, it's at its many people report having an easier time gaining speed at higher and more stable frame rates, myself included. So I'm recording this video at lower quality so I can more consistently demonstrate the time. That being said, if you have lower frame rates, I wouldn't be too discouraged, since we only use this tech as our main form of increasing our speed in the early campaign. We do use it later, but for much larger drops, so the input leniency is bigger, and the speed loss from the friction is lower relative to the speed we gain. Unfortunately, there is another speed cap you have to worry about. If you're moving at speeds above 38.5-ish, the game will still slow you down even if you hit the first. Let me see if I can demonstrate. Okay, hold on. I can't actually see the speedometer, but hopefully you get the idea. You'll notice that my speed doesn't actually get above 38 when I land. It just goes back down and gets lowered, even though I'm jumping as soon as I can. I'll explain how we avoid this speed cap in another video. Lastly, ramps add an additional layer of complexity that we will cover in another video. Let me just do a short preview. Nope, one more time. I'm not re-recording this. I'll explain the screwery with ramps in another video. So, we have covered jump inputs, how to maintain higher speeds via bunny hopping, how to increase our speeds via verge hopping, how frame rate affects all this, and our hop speed cap. Cheers. Last time we covered jump input methods, maintaining higher speeds by bunny hopping, converting downward speed into horizontal speed by verge hopping, and how frame rate affects these things. Reminder, my jump inputs are scroll down, the N key, and the free scroll macro set in space bar. I also mentioned that ramps complicate the game. Today we'll look at that in two. First, something that I should have covered in the video, ledges. They will be important in this video, as well as when we cover dashes in a later video. Ledges in this game, all ledges, are programmed to be rounded over. So in this case, you would expect that the ledge over here is just this sort of square shape, but no, it actually has this sort of smooth over shape. So to show that, let me walk backwards slowly while slowing down time, and as you can see, I slowly sink deeper down off the rounded over ledge, and then finally, I fall off. Alright, so it is this sort of rounded over shape. And when I mean all edges, I literally mean all edges. So this ledge over here has a rounded over shape. Alright, this one over here, this one, everything. And even stuff sticking out the ground like this has rounded over shape. Like so. This is the reason why when you walk off a ledge sometimes, it will suck you downwards. Let me see if I can demonstrate this. There we go. Let's do it again. There we go. It's because you're literally just walking lower down a ledge and then lower down this roundover, and then the momentum just carries you downwards. Okay. Before I start talking about ramps, I'm going to talk about something that is seemingly unrelated. Doom Eternal is a sequel to Doom 2016. Eternal added a lot more movement options and movement gameplay in general. Specific to today's topic, more platforming movement. Platforming can be tricky to do from a first-person perspective, so the developers added a mechanic to help the players. There is a region that spawns around the player when the player leaves the ground, where the player can use their first jump even if they're in the air. So for example, I'm going to walk off this ledge over here, and I'm going to use my first jump really late. And you're going to notice that I'm going to have access to my second jump, even though I already used the jump wall in the middle of the air. So here we go. Jump, jump. That was a little early. Jump, jump. I was definitely in the air that time.
Ugh. Mercenary, what's up? Ugh. Wonder if right click would be better for jumping. Kinda gotta be on point. I'm good, just a little tired. I don't think many people are here. I'm doing Doom Eternal, and it's always been like, I don't know. I've never been able to get people to watch it. I'm just trying to learn the bunny hop. Maybe I do need this thing again. Might be better than my keyboard. These just have a lot of travel time on them. These are much shorter. This is joystick and You've been playing Nightmare Reaper? Oh, nice. Yeah, I played a little, like 2 days ago on Halloween. A lot of fun. I don't know how I feel about the mini games, but it's still, pretty good. I'm trying to figure out why I'm so tired. I think I'm just hungry. It might. Let me order some food. No, I haven't. I didn't even see chat, but yeah, I think that's it. I redid my scenes. At least this one. I brought back, like, some of the, things that I had worked on. I made this for my stream, like, a very long time ago. I don't know what it's supposed to be. I just call it a snow globe. I was kind of just throwing shit together. And it looks like a little snow globe. There's, like, little fire and whatever moving inside of it. Like it. I think I crashed something. Oh yeah. It did not like that. Okay, so it didn't like when I resized that. But anyway, it looks super cool. I like it. Yeah, it didn't like when I resized it there. Crashed on me. have to order food and I can't find my phone. I'm back. Um, I don't know how I should learn this game, man. Oh yeah, Mercenary. I'm going to try speed running, yeah, but I'm a long way from it. I gotta get used to the game again. For speed running, you would do a game. There's no game I really know a lot about except QC, which has no speed running. You know, I wonder. This thing would be perfect if it didn't have this here. It was just joystick. Actually, I'd still need a space bar, I think. Or I could use this button. Jump. I don't know. I have all these things to like learn the game with. I feel like this is a good option. One, two, three, four, five. I have neon white. Yes, I played a bit of it. I streamed it. I wasn't too big on the story. It was kind of I don't know. It reminded me of Persona, but it's not Persona. It's a speed running game. It was weird. I did like it though. You know, I forgot what this thing is called, actually. Um, Well, let me get back to the game here. I know I've been sitting in menu a while. I'm just hungry, man. I need my food to get here. uh, I did try speed running. I mean, it's different in Neon White because it's already a game about speed running. And there's not a lot of movement to it. It's more like you're pathing, I guess. Like, there wasn't really any physics. It was still fun. I could play it again. I could load it up. I just wanted to mess around with Doom Eternal for a bit. I could technically play like this. I don't think it works in game though. Maybe it needs a driver. No, it's plugged in. X input mode. Alright. I'm not gonna mess around for the driver. With the driver for this. It's going to use the keyboard. could see I'm getting speed from it. Like sometimes.
Welcome, slave. Is my time beginning? Let's see if you're strong enough to survive this curse.
Dude, I forgot how to fight in this game. So it thinks it wants the controller input now. But I don't have a controller to do that. It won't take the... Alright. Maybe if I unplug this. Okay. That fixed it. Wait, what? I'm sorry if this looks like nonsense. I'm actually just trying to learn the engine. Right now I don't even have a feel for it. I'm like looking at the speedometer only. Maybe this isn't a wall. I feel like I got the speed. Maybe you already want to be in there. I don't know.
Welcome, Slayer. Is my time beginning? Let's see if you're strong enough to survive this cursed city.
The Slayer has arrived. All mortally challenged personnel, please be advised.
what? I didn't know he wakes up that fast. You know what we're gonna do? I'm too hungry to play. So... Give me a sec here. I was going through these videos before.
The last video we covered
Do another window capture.
basic ground and air movement and the air strafing tech. I mentioned in that video that the ground has a speed cap. This video will cover how to maintain speeds higher than that speed cap through the use of jumping. But first, let me explain the input overlay in the bottom center. I have jump bound to scroll down, as well as the N key. Additionally, I have a macro bound to the spacebar. This macro spams the scroll wheel at 100 Hz. This macro is the only macro we allow for speedrunning. It is meant to emulate a free-scrolling mouse, which can fire off inputs very quickly, so people with a free-scrolling mouse don't have an advantage. It doesn't actually provide an advantage in what we're going to be discussing today, but I'll go into more detail about that later. I'm only mentioning this now so you know how to read the input display I have. I also want to note that my inputs for jumping are weird. They aren't necessarily the best or worst, you just don't have to copy me. Anyway, because the ground has friction, and the air doesn't, the best way to maintain our speeds is to just simply stay in the air as much as possible. We do this just by jumping as soon as we touch the ground. This is called bunny hopping. The later you jump, the more speed you lose. So to help us b-hop on PC, we can bind the scroll wheel to jump and then scroll right before we hit the ground. Scroll, scroll, scrolling, scroll, etc., etc. So you would think that players with a scroll, or without a scroll, excuse me, or controller players would have a large disadvantage, and that macro and free scroll mouse would be better than using a standard scroll wheel. But not exactly. Doom Eternal complicates bunny hopping dramatically. To explain, let's start with the demonstration. I'm going to use a console command to teleport me into the air, and then I'm going to let the game just carry me to the ground. Notice that the Slayer does this lurching animation when I land. Now, or rather, this animation is based on my height, right? So the higher I fall, the more dramatic the animation. Okay? Now I'm going to teleport and then tap forward. You'll notice that I'm actually gaining a little bit of momentum on the ground there. I'm getting pushed forward. And this doesn't matter which direction. It's whatever direction you're moving, not whatever direction you're facing. So let's do backwards, for example. All right? Now, let's just tap forward here off the ledge. You'll notice that, oopsie, I'm able to take this lurch momentum and actually carry it just by sliding off. I can also do something a little bit simpler. I can just jump right after I land. You also might not be able to tell, but you actually get this lurch even from double jump height. Right? It's hard to tell from the animation because it's very small, but you do actually get momentum even from double jump height, and you can even get it from like a tiny height like this, right? Very, very tiny amount. And so if we jump right after we get this lurch effect, we actually are able to get some speed. Let's see if I can get it. Come on, give me a lurch, thank you. This is called lurch hopping. So why isn't the macro free scrolling mouse better? Because this landing lurch mechanic only applies the second frame that you land. If you jump on the first frame, you don't get any speed. More about this later. So the macro is actually too fast. Additionally, because Doom Eternal doesn't have infinite friction, you don't have to hit the second frame to gain speed. Hitting a frame later than the second one should still net you some speed, and if you hit the jump really late, you could still at least maintain the speed you had going into the landing. This is why controller players can still maintain speeds somewhat consistently. Although lower vertical speed landings, they are still at a disadvantage when it comes to gaining speed because we still are able to use a scroll wheel to more reliably hit that second, third, or fourth frame. So what happens if we jump on this first frame? what we call a firstie. Strange things happen, most of which I'll cover in another video, but for now, all we need to know is that our speed is simply maintained, no speed loss or gain. So when doing large vertical drops where you have 0 to no vertical or horizontal speed, you want to avoid hitting the first frame V-hop. So let's see if I can get it. There we go. I hit it and I didn't get any speed. This is why you want to, generally speaking, avoid using the macro. Now when I was recording this earlier, okay, of course, now when I was rehearsing this video, I could never get a firstie from these heights, but now I'm getting it. Let's see. Oh, I got the lurch there anyway. But yeah, you want to avoid using the macro. So generally what I do is I like to scroll really slowly. Right? Okay, of course I hit the firstie anyway, even though I scrolled slowly. Right? Or even better, just time the jump with a single jump. Like so. You might notice that the game quality and video quality of this video is a little lower than the last one. You might also notice that my frame rate listed in the top right is also higher. How much speed you gain depends on the first frame, or depends on the frame rate, excuse me, and the frame times. The lurch effect applies on the second frame land, so the shorter that frame is, the less speed you lose to friction if you jump on that specific frame. Additionally, that second frame is going to be longer, so if you hit the third frame, etc., etc., you get the idea. Many people report having an easier time gaining speed at higher and more stable frame rates, myself included, so I'm recording this video at lower quality so I can more consistently demonstrate the tech. That being said, if you have lower frame rates, I wouldn't be too discouraged, since we only use this tech as our main form of increasing our speed in the early campaign. We do use it later, but for much larger drops, so the input leniency is bigger, and the speed loss from the friction is lower relative to the speed we gain. Unfortunately, there is another speed cap we have to worry about. If you're moving at speeds above 38.5-ish, the game will still slow you down even if you hit the firstie. Let me see if I can demonstrate. Okay, hold on. I can't actually see the speedometer, but hopefully you get the idea. You'll notice that my speed doesn't actually get above 38 when I land. It just goes back down and gets lowered, even though I'm jumping as soon as I can. I'll explain how we avoid this speed cap in another video. Lastly, ramps add an additional layer of complexity that we will cover in another video. Let me just do a short preview. Nope, one more time. I'm not re-recording this. Yeah, I'll explain the screwery with ramps in another video. So, we have covered jump inputs, how to maintain higher speeds via bunny hopping, how to increase our speeds via lurch hopping, how frame rate affects all this, and our hop speed cap. Cheers. Last time we covered jump input methods, maintaining higher speeds by bunny hopping, converting downward speed into horizontal speed by lurch hopping, and how frame rate affects these things. Reminder, my jump inputs are scroll down, the N key, and the free scroll macro is set to the spacebar. I also mentioned that ramps complicate bunny hopping. Today we'll look into how they do, but first, something that I should have covered in the first video, ledges. They will be important in this video, as well as when we cover dashes in a later video. Ledges in this game, all ledges, are programmed to be rounded over. So in this case, you would expect that the ledge over here is just this sort of square shape, but no, it actually has this sort of smooth over shape. So to show that, let me walk backwards slowly while slowing down time, and as you can see, I slowly sink deeper down off the rounded over ledge, and then finally I fall off. All right, so it is this sort of rounded over shape. And when I mean all ledges, I literally mean all ledges. Like this ledge over here has a rounded over shape, right? This one over here, this one, everything, and even stuff sticking out the ground like this has a rounded over shape, like so. This is the reason why when you walk off a ledge sometimes, it will suck you downwards. Let me see if I can demonstrate this. There we go. Let's do it again. There you go. It's because you're literally just walking lower down a ledge and then lower down this roundover, and then the momentum just carries you downwards. Okay. Before I start talking about ramps, I'm going to talk about something that is seemingly unrelated. Doom Eternal is a sequel to Doom 2016. Eternal added a lot more movement options and movement gameplay in general. Specific to today's topic, more platforming movement. Platforming can be tricky to do from a first-person perspective, so the developers added a mechanic to help the players. There is a region that spawns around the player when the player leaves the ground, where the player can use their first jump even if they're in the air. So for example, I'm going to walk off this ledge over here, and I'm going to use my first jump really late. And you're going to notice that I'm going to have access to my second jump, even though I already used the jump while in the middle of the air. So here we go. Jump, jump. That was a little early. Jump, jump. I was definitely in the air that time. Again. And so on and so forth. These are called jump extensions. They have an area of 0.5 units tall from the source, 1 unit down from the source, and 3 units out from the source. You can confirm this stationary spawning behavior by standing on flat ground, then using a specific teleport command to teleport you somewhere else, say in the middle of the air. And you will spawn a jump extension there, and you can confirm this by jumping after the teleport. First jump, second jump. First jump, second jump. Once again, first jump and second jump. When you leave the bounds of a jump extension, it despawns, so you can't jump back into it and get your first jump back. Now, the most important behavior of the jump extension is the game doesn't actually check if you've used your first jump when in the extension. So on the jump extension, you can chain as many first jumps as you want. I'll start with some niche uses of this. First, you can use this behavior to actually infinitely jump in the air, like so. We're going to spawn a jump extension off the ledge just like before, except now we're just going to stay in the same spot and then just continuously jump. And then just walk out of the jump extension. You can also do a similar thing at the top of an elevator. As soon as it starts moving down, you can jump, spawn your jump extension up there, and then just jump in the jump extension while the elevator falls beneath you. I don't have a good elevator to show you in this level. There's no good examples in this level, or at least quick ones. So I'm just going to use that teleport example from earlier, and you can just imagine that an elevator is falling beneath me. All right, you can just imagine that the elevator is falling beneath me, and this might have some niche uses somewhere. Like you might be able to spawn the jump extension, and then as soon as the elevator lands, you drop down and get a nice good lurch hop, but the instances are rare, extremely rare. I can't even think of one example in current strats or in current routes. Okay. The far more common use out of this infinite sort of, or lack of a first jump check, is that we can use it to get extra height when we jump off of the floor. So because the jump extension extends 0.5 units above the floor, if we jump at the top of that jump extension, we should be able to actually have a higher jump than if we were just to do a jump from the from flat ground. And the way we do this is quite simple. We just spam a bunch of inputs, and as soon as we reach the top of the jump extension, we use one of those spam inputs to hit a jump. So in other words, we can just scroll. So here's a normal single jump, all right? That's the height you'll get. And here's the jump with a scroll. All right, with macro works as well, or free scroll mouse works as well, and there you go. This is called a scroll jump. It's rare that you'll actually use the extra height from this jump to actually reach places that you shouldn't be able to. There are some spots, but it's kind of rare. What you'll more likely, or rather pretty much more likely do all the time, is use it to get extra height in order to do stronger lurch hops off flat ground. So pretty much all of your jumps off of flat ground you want to be scroll jumps. So quick side note, the reason, one of the reasons the main reason that I use the macro on my spacebar is because I have a bad history of scroll wheels failing on me, and so to minimize the use of my scroll wheel, I have the macro bound to my spacebar, and since you want pretty much every single one of your jumps off flat ground to be a scroll jump, that just means that I can get to use my scroll wheel as little as possible and keep it alive as long as possible. Okay, now finally let's discuss jumping off ramps. What the game determines to be a ramp is a slope that is 9 degrees or higher. Reminder, ledges are rounded over, so they actually count as a ramp, but we'll get back to that later. Back to normal ramps. When you jump on a ramp, the game adds your vertical speed to the jump. So in this example, I'm going to do a single jump here. I'm going to reach about this high. Now I'm going to jump as I run up the ramp, and my vertical speed of going up the ramp is going to be added to the scroll, or added to the ramp jump. So as you can see, let me try again. There you go. I'm going pretty high. Okay, let me just look at the same spot again. Once again, ramp jump up there. These are called ramp jumps. Once again, it adds any vertical speed, so even if you're going downwards, it will add the downwards vertical speed and make your jump kind of weak. Now, this mechanic, okay, hold on, before I state that, notice that I'm using my single jump key for all of these. All right, that's very important, and we'll explain why later. Okay, This mechanic on its own offers a few minor skips and optimizations. But when we put it together with a lot of other things, it can get really, really powerful. First, let's take a look at how it behaves with jump extensions specifically. Before we do that though, I have to mention that these behaviors are wildly different based on what patch of the game you're playing on, specifically the jump extension plus ramp jump behaviors. Because I think it's easier to understand this way, I'm gonna explain how it works in earlier patches first and then move on to later patches. I'm gonna cover 3 sets of patches. The first set is just the release patch, what we call 1.0 or patch 0 if you want. The second set features patch 1 to patch 6.4, and the final set features patch 666 or patch 6.66 to patch 6.66 revision 2, which as of recording is the current patch. So how does this work in 1.0 or patch 0? Ramps also use jump extensions, and these follow the same rules as the ramp. If you jump in a jump extension that was spawned on a ramp, that jump will add your vertical speed to your jump. Remember that demo of me walking off this ledge over here? Did you notice how my jumps were kind of flaccid and kind of weak? That's because, once again, this ledge, which is a ramp, was over here, and as a result, when I walked off, it spawned a ramps jump extension. Okay? And because I was moving downwards as I jumped, it added my vertical speed, which made the jump.
One sec, my food's at the door. Okay.
Jump's kind of weak. As you can see, kind of weak. Whereas in this example where I'm in the sky, right? Oopsie. Where I'm in the sky, let me redo this example. Okay. I get nice full jumps because this isn't a ramp jump extension and there are normal jumps. Now, that's kind of cute, but it doesn't really matter that much. But remember that we can stack several first jumps whilst in a jump extension. And I'm pretty sure you know where this is going. If we were to, say, do a bunch of jumps really quickly back to back, like say using the scroll wheel on a ramp, there we go. This tech is called slope boosting. But nowadays we're slowly starting to call it ramp stacking, since that's a little bit better of a name. Because the more ramp jumps we stack, the more speed we get. This is where the scroll wheel helps. If we use a free scroll mouse, we can use even more inputs and giving us more height. The purpose of the free scroll macro is to prevent players with a free scroll mouse from having an advantage. This tech is the reason the macro is allowed. Quick reminder, you can't just use any macro, you have to use ours. Even if your macro that you just made has the same amount of inputs and does the same thing, we still don't allow that. You must use the macro we provide. Additionally, having higher frame rates allows us to do more inputs per second. So we require submitted runs to limit their frame rates to 250 so that players with amazing computers don't have an advantage. That being said, we can increase our relative frame rate by slowing down time, say with the use of the Chrono Strike rune, but far more commonly the weapon wheel. And then if we start inputting then, we can get even more height. Because ledges are ramps, and because we can reach deeper down into the jump extension when we walk off a ledge, excuse me, rather than a flat ramp where we can't reach deep down into that one unit lower jump extension, we can actually stack even more ramp jumps. So now I'm going to do all three of the things that we just discussed. I'm going to slow down time, use the macro, and slowly drop down. And as you can see, we can build up quite a lot of vertical speed with this. Now, if all that is not enough, we can find a spot to get stuck in, and then stack ramp jumps as much as we want, and then get unstuck and fly to our destination. See, I'm going to try this here. I kind of suck at this. There we go. And then I can charge as many ramp jumps as I want. You can see my speed flying to infinity and beyond. And then I can let go and fly into outer space. And then my screen turns black. I promise I didn't crash. Now, I wouldn't worry too much if you don't have a perfect system that can maintain 250 frames per second constantly. Since the macro fires at 100 hertz, all you would need is 200 FPS during the time that you ramp stack, and you will get the same speed as someone who doesn't. Or rather, someone who doesn't, or someone who has 250 FPS. And even if you don't, you could probably still compete by slowing down time longer, or stacking, or getting, or staying stuck longer, or you know, getting stuck or going deeper down into the jump extension, or just lowering your settings. Most of the time with these setups, you're going to be looking into like a corner here or looking downwards, so it should be pretty possible for you to get 200 frames per second while you're doing the ramp stacks. Now, this tech is pretty simple, but in practice, every ramp stack is different with their own little nuances and setups because the geometry around the world can affect how you do things pretty dramatically. For example, most of the time you're not going to want to fly straight into space, excuse me. You're going to want to convert that horizontal or that vertical speed into horizontal speed. So in this example over here, what you could do is fly straight up into this thing. And to do that, you're going to require a very specific setup to get it consistently, right? This specific one that is currently used or used to be used before another strap was discovered that made it better, or that's better. What they did is they would get stuck, then fly up a little bit, get stuck again on a little slope there, stack more ramp jumps, and then get stuck a little bit more, and then fly up, and then bonk on that and fly to the end of level. And the way you get stuck in this is different from the way you get stuck in some other geometry. And then there's a few other ways you could get stuck, and then there's other nuances and complications. Like for example, you can do a ramp stack where you fall off a ledge over here, and then you go up, and then you hug the ledge so that it sort of curves you around like this. And the way you execute that is different from how you do some other ramp stacks and slow boosts, and the same thing with the stuck stack and all these other different variations. Because this video is more of an introduction, I'll leave you with a link in the description to a video by The Real Paisano where he covers all of these complications in case you want to go into more detail as to how this tech can manifest itself in various different situations. Okay. The ramp stacking tech using jump extensions was immediately patched out of the game in the first patch of the game. And it was exactly the same up until patch 6.4. Rather, like the behaviors for ramp jumping and jump extensions was the same up until patch 6.4. The way they patched it is they removed the ability of jump extensions to give ramp jumps. This was successful in patching ramp stacks using jump extensions, but it doesn't. But it does mean that we can't ramp jump just by using scroll wheel. Normal jumps, and the reason why, sorry, let me start again. The reason why we can't do ramp jumps with scroll wheel in these patches is because normal jumps set your vertical speed. So just a simple example here, I'm gonna fall from this height, and notice that I lose all of my downward speed when I do my double jump, right? And this applies to jumps off, normal jumps off flat ground as well, and normal jump extensions as well. So if I were to scroll in these patches, what would happen is I would get the first jump would be a ramp jump. Then as soon as I enter the air, my second tick of the scroll wheel would count as a normal jump, and all that vertical speed I just got from the ramp jump would be canceled. So this is the reason why when we're on these patches, you have to hit your single jump key. And it's the reason why I was using aside from the fact that I would have gotten a ramp stack, it was another one of the reasons why I was still using my single jump key to show off these ramp jumps. This is actually the same reason we can't use the scroll wheel to get bunny hops on these ramps in these patches. So what we have to do instead is we have to use our single jump, just like with normal jumps off ramps. And if you remember from the end of the last video, that's exactly what I was doing. I was, oopsie daisy, accidentally ramp stacked. I was hitting my single jump key, which is why I missed it the first time. I went a little too early when I tried to ramp jump. And just like in that video, it's better to actually, or rather, just like in that example, it's better to hit your jump key later rather than earlier. Kind of like you would when you're timing a lurch hop from a large fall and trying to hit it with a single jump. You're trying to go for frame 3, 4, 5, etc., rather than the first frame. And this is especially true for ramp hops, because most of the time when we ramp hop, we're trying to not maintain speed so much as trying to gain speed off a ramp. If we were trying to maintain speed, we'd route the ramp out of the movement entirely. It's kind of rare, but sometimes you might even see runners ballista boost, which we'll cover in a later video, to avoid a ramp and avoid having to go for the ramp hop to maintain their speed, because it's kind of humanly challenging, like really, really hard for a human to maintain all of their speed off a ramp hop. Okay. Note that at really high speeds, you can still scroll to hit a ramp hop, but I'm going to talk about that in a later video. And then finally, we have patch 6.66, which makes ramps, hops, and ramp jumps easy again by allowing us to scroll on ramp. And the way we believe they did that is by preventing a jump extension, or rather deleting a jump extension when you get a ramp jump. Like a jump extension won't spawn if you get a ramp jump, right? So all you have to do for those is just scroll like you would any other one. And if you want to ramp jump, normally you can use the macro or scroll wheel as well. And when you want to bunny hop off a ramp, you just macro or scroll and you'll easily get the ramp hop. Again, we aren't exactly sure that this is the exact explanation as to why this happens, but the point is that you can easily ramp hop just by scrolling. You'll maintain your speed and get a nice juicy ramp hop. Patches after the release one can still use advanced ramp jumping tech. For example, we can use the fact that ledges or ramps to gain extra height in some areas. These are called edge ramp jumps, or ERJs. These have their own name because while they are technically exactly the same as any other ramp jump, in practice they require more specific movement to get the ramp jump boost. The Slayer's acceleration is fast, but it's not fast enough for us to like get close to a ledge or walk down a ledge and then run up the ledge and then just get a good ramp jump. So we have to do some extra movement to get that ramp jump speed. So here I'm just gonna, just as a default, this is about the height. Oopsie, I fell off of it. Let's try again. This is the height I'm getting off a double jump off of this prop, or off of this thing sticking out the ground. And here I'm gonna go for an ERJ. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run into it, I'm gonna jump, and then as soon as I hit the ledge, I'm gonna do another jump. So jump, jump, missed it. As you can see, I am getting some height. We were there before and I reached up there. See, one more time. One more time. Come on. I'm not re-recording this. There you go. And just to prove the ledges are everywhere, you can do an ERJ here. All right. In this case, I'm gonna have to double jump before I hit the ledge. Jump, 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 jump. Okay. And again, ledges are everywhere. Here's a weird one, kind of funky. There you go. Got an ERJ there once again. There you go.
Oh, I have my chat closed out. Hey, Kovac, what's up?
There is some more stuff we can do that uses ramp jumps, such as ramp chains and Zai boosts, but those are a better fit being discussed in other videos. So
I'm eating right now,
sum
so
up,
I'm just watching
we covered
these
jump
videos.
extensions, scroll jumps, ledges, remember ledges, ramp jumps, ramp stacks, ramp hops, and ERJs. In future videos, we'll cover ramp chains and Zai boosts. Cheers. Last time we covered ramp jumping, jump extensions, and ledges. Today we'll cover the game's default maneuverability tools. Let's start with monkey bars. Monkey bars set your speed. They actually push you to 10.9 units per second, which is 14% faster than standard walking speed. However, we're probably going to be going faster than that, so generally we want to avoid them. We can avoid them and still go straight through them by not looking in the direction that we're going through them, like so. However, this is a little bit related to their angle as well, so here I'm going to do 180, go straight through them, and then I'm going to do 95-ish. Sorry, that was more like 100, but you get the point. There you go, went straight through them, and here I'm going to do 85, and I'm going to go through it, or rather not go through it. They do give you a good bit of height and can be used in some niche cases, and they can also be used as a niche option to set up a tech we'll cover in a later video. But otherwise, they aren't that useful, at least for inbounds play. The start of the animation does do something that we can use in conjunction with the chainsaw to clip out of bounds. If we chainsaw right at the start of the animation, then we can clip into the floor, and if we quickly get close to the wall, we can clip out of bounds. This is called a banana clip. Let me give it a try here. Alright, good start. I clip right back into the floor. I think this isn't gonna work either. I'm gonna try one more time. I kinda suck at this. Well, you're just gonna have to trust me that you stay on the floor and then clip out of it. Once again though, the use cases are rare, so I won't really go into detail on this, but I will teach you how to avoid it. If you get the clip, the only way to go fully out of bounds is to then go towards a wall. So if you get it, just make sure you just jump out of it. Okay? This was patched out in patch 2 by not allowing the player to chop during the swing. There are 6 intended ways that the Doomslayer can climb ledges. All of them require that you press forward to...
This is so confusing because some of these... So I can't use what was just taught here in the current patch. As far as I understand. Like, 'cause it seems like there's different tech across different patches, and okay, so some of it isn't useful. It's not. The formatting on this could be better, but at least the information's there. Because I kind of wanted to make things simple for myself and just play the latest patch and, you know, figure out how that one works.
To start them. And all of them can be done in the middle of a dash. The first 2 are mantles, where the Slayer will step onto...
Have you seen the stuff with wall dashing yet? No, I have not. I don't think so. There's rail boosts. Hold on, I can't see my monitor here actually. I gotta move this. Rail boost is for out of bounds stuff. There's mantle vaulting. The rail boost section is so long. Climbable walls.
To the ledge, like so. There is a low one that is slow, and then there's a higher one which is faster. There are also 3 vaults. Higher one which is...
Wait, let me just rewatch
where the
that
Slayer will
again.
step onto the ledge, like so. There is a low one that is slow, and then there's a higher one which is faster. There are also 3 vaults, where the player will step up and over the surface, as opposed to directly onto it. Just like mantles, the type you get are based on the height you start, and the faster ones are the ones where you start higher. So here's a low one that's slow, here's medium, and here's fast and high. Vaults were probably designed for Rails in Doom 2016, but because of a busted tech that I'll cover later, they became extremely rare in Eternal, aside from UAC Atlantica. I'm pretty sure all of the Rails in Eternal give you a mantle, not a vault. One more cute thing about mantles and vaults is that they will actually give you a bullet hole when you do it. So here, let's see if I can get one. Come on. Give me a bullet hole. I tested this, I promise. Bullet hole, please. Hello? Patched? Patched? What? Huh? I literally tested this just a few minutes ago and I was getting bullet holes. Okay, well, you should be getting bullet holes. I don't know why it isn't happening right now. You can also chainsaw clip into the floor mantles, similar to the monkey bar chainsaw clip, but unlike the banana clip, it will always snap you back in bounds. If you start this clip, however, from before a cutscene, whatever code that snaps you back in bounds will fail and you will fall out of bounds. We don't have any practical uses for this, but if it happens to you, you'll know why. This was also patched out in patch 2 for the same reason, just not allowing the player to chop during these animations. The sixth way doesn't really have an animation like mantling or vaulting, but we're pretty sure it's intended. It even has a name in code. It's called foot grab. It's basically a really high mantle with no animation. Excuse me. To get it, we just need to be holding forward when hitting near the top of a ledge, and you will snap onto the ledge like so. Oopsie, a little too low. There we go. Once again, there you go.
If you know any good videos on it, feel free to link me. It's a lot of information. Oh, it's just this playlist. Okay. I've been, I try to figure out my controls. I realized the macro thing, so I can't use my own macro. I was using that on my own keyboard before. I gotta figure out how to set up, the, speedrunning macro. Also, putting jump on scroll wheel. I don't think it lets you do that by default. I don't know if that's a console command or... Oh, I didn't realize the video was covering the entire thing. Okay, so I do have that. That's what's doing the speedometer. I just cropped out the rest. And I see like macro up scroll and macro down scroll. But I'm not like entirely sure what that's supposed to do. Here, let me remove this filter. I actually don't know how to clear these either. Oh, FPS toggle. This is for res scale. Oh, there's a 3-minute ad? I thought they were paused. Hold on. See that? Content. Okay, there shouldn't be any ads for a while. I just used the snooze button. But side. Welcome back. I apologize for that. I thought I had hit the snooze button. There shouldn't be any ads for a while. So I have this installed. I'm not exactly sure how it works. Like this macro up scroll and down scroll. Oh, so this is the console. Holding space spans the mouse wheel down into it. Is this correct then? I meant to take this off. Like it. I'm not sure how to clear the binding. Let me hide this for now. Console. I put this in. I think there was... Do I unbind space in the console? Do I type that also? Okay. Okay, I see. Wow, you know what? This works better than my keyboard macro I was using before. I'm still not great with the speed, but it felt better for a little bit. If anything is bound to space and the macro is set to space too, it won't work. Okay. I think that should be enough. Is this any better? This is already much better than the macro that I had. I thought the game was hard. Like, it was difficult to actually land that. But this makes it a little easier. I'm still, like, not consistent with it at all. I just want to be able at least to get the first hop. I assume there's no way to like put the speedometer on screen. Maybe I don't need the right click jump anymore. Top right of my screen under my FPS. Oh, I see it. I have another overlay that's covering it, so I can't actually see it. I know a way to fix that, though. I'll do that next stream, actually. But it should be fine as it is. Okay, this makes it so much easier. Yes. Sorry about that. Lots of multitasking here. I had opened something that made this like larger. Okay. I also need to just play through the game again. It's been a while. It's been... I guess 2021 was the last I played it. Like, I have to use the dash there and not... I don't have... Like, I haven't even gotten around to really memorizing the other binds of my weapons. Okay, so scroll down is jump. With a single jump. When I had played it before, I wasn't really speedrunning, so I was more focused on like my weapon binds. You know, the basic bread and butter stuff. It was actually a lot like my Quake controls. But I don't think I can do that for Doom Eternal if I want to speedrun. Scroll down is often better than the macro. I like vaguely remember being able to grab that. Maybe I'm wrong. Doing all the work for me. Yeah, I wasted my my heat blast. All right. Thank you for the help, by the way. I'll see what I pick up tonight, and I'll get it little by little. Sure. Thank you. You too. Dude, I'm trying to find the plasma. Oh, okay. I don't have ammo. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, I see what I did there. A lot going on. Dude, I gotta like drop the settings. I never thought I'd have to play below Nightmare. I've completely forgotten how to play though. I think I gotta go back to using this. Your bindings. I don't have a way to swap to these anymore. Combat shotgun. Here. I don't have everything bound. Crucible. Oh, okay. My weapon now. Oh. Okay. I want to make sure I'm not missing any, like, collectibles or anything. I don't think there are any here. Ooh. Ah. With my shotgun. Very sloppy, man. Simple. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna finish eating.
Its primary use, aside from the busted one I mentioned earlier, and we'll cover in a second, is to skip mantles. To skip a mantle, when jumping up into a ledge from below, we just go into the ledge without holding forward, and then start holding forward at the very apex of our jump, like so. So once again, and then we tap forward at the top. Okay, so what's this busted tech I've been teasing? Well, if we attempt to get a foot grab on vaultable geo, like this rail here, we might get something like this. Let's see if we can get this. Come on. Give it to me once. I kind of suck at this. Please? Okay, let's try here. Come on. I promise this tech exists, I just suck. There we go. And off we go into space. Yeah, this tech is called rail boosting. It dominates Doom 2016 speedruns, but up until the day I wrote the first draft of this script a few days ago, it wasn't featured in internal runs at all. Because, like I said, vaultable geo is extremely rare in Eternal, unlike in UAC Atlantica, where almost every rail is vaultable. A few hours after I finished the draft, Paisano decided to be the Curiosity rover on Hell on Earth and find one that was useful. It might be a little my fault, since before he found it, I asked him to review the script, and it might have gotten him thinking. Anyway, as opposed to the original plan of just glossing over rail boosts, now I have to seriously teach you about them. The way this tech works is that the game gives you speed when you get a foot grab. Let's see if I can get a foot grab again. Oh, for heaven's sake. Okay, let's go over here. Oh, come on. Hello? Hatched? Okay. It actually gives you speed as you snap onto this ledge. But then that speed usually gets taken away. For some reason, certain vaultable geo can cause the speed removal bit to fail. Not all vaultable geo works. There isn't really a consistent pattern, but generally the geo needs to be thin, but again, not always. The way you can tell if something is rail boostable is if, when you get a foot grab on it, the console spits out this error. Ledge grab took X amount of time, too long, marking this as done, double exclamation point. We can prove foot grabs are involved because there's a command that lets you turn them off, this one, and if we enable this command, then rail boosts will become impossible. They are far more powerful in Eternal than they are in 2016. In 2016, they can go up to 20 times walking speed, while in Eternal, they can go up to 350 times walking speed. Since you can mantle during a dash, you can also rail boost during a dash. And because this tech is derived from foot grabbing, to avoid it, we just need to not hold forward when touching rail boostable geo. Here I'm going to let forward, excuse me, let me try again. Here I'm going to let go of forward while dashing past this rail here, and I won't get anything. I won't even get a foot grab or an error message. And it's pretty much impossible for me to get a rail boost here. No, it just is impossible unless I'm holding forward. How, when, and where you do the foot grab determines if you get a rail boost at all, and the characteristics of the boost. Frame rate also affects things. While this tech is extremely similar to its 2016 version, and the reasons it exists seem to be the same, there do seem to be some differences when it comes to manipulating the characteristics of the boost that we don't fully understand yet, probably due to Eternal's different physics. For example, I'm showing off this tech in UAC Atlantica since, unlike the rest of the game, they seem to have forgotten to make all of these rails not vaultable, meaning it's easier for me to demonstrate the tech. But these specific rail boosts also act strange when compared to others in the campaign. You can they can give you this boost that stops in midair. Let me see if I can demonstrate it. There we go. See, normal rail boosts would just send you off into space, but there for some reason I just stopped in midair. We have our theories as to why, but the point I'm trying to make here is that the tech is actively being reinvestigated as I speak. So I'm going to hold off on giving details. If there's an updated guide that comes out that has more clarity, I will link it in the video description. You can also rail boost in Eternal by hitting a foot grab on any ledge, not just a vaultable one, the same frame that you chainsaw. But this is extremely precise and no consistent setup, let alone theoretical use, for this has been found. So if you've chainsawed near a ledge and suddenly teleported some upwards, this is probably why. While I'm here, I might as well mention Sky State. Remember in the ramp jump video when I went into space, remember that after I went into space, I used the teleport command to get back down, and then I actually took the time to use a monkey bar. I did the same thing when I hit the Mega Rail Boost earlier. I teleported down and immediately use the monkey bar. This is because the monkey bar is the only known way, aside from reloading, that will get rid of sky state. When you get far enough out of the map, specifically outside the 8,192 square radius cube that is centered on 000 that the map sits in, you will get some wild properties. When in sky state, you cannot mantle, vault, or foot grab. You pass through enemies don't track you, and their ground attacks will affect you, but their projectiles won't. And you can't interact with spatial triggers such as this fan, or cutscenes that are caused by are triggered that when you walk.
I have no idea. This is not my video.
I won't get into depth into the technicalities here because I don't think we have any uses for this. I cannot think of a single one. I'm only mentioning this so that you know what is happening when you're testing out these really powerful.
Here. This is just a YouTube guide. I'm trying to learn about the game. If I can grab the link. I'm watching this.
Powerful boosts. Let me see if I can get Sky State here just to demonstrate it for you. Let's just try and get a rail boost and fly into space. There we go. Now I'm going to teleport back down, and if I try and mantle, I can't mantle. Alright, if I can just dash straight through this fan trigger, and there you go. And then as soon as I hit a monkey bar, all is well and good, and I'm back to normal. I can mantle, and then get yeeted by this fan. Climbable walls, what we sometimes call cheese graters, are pretty straightforward and work as you'd expect, but their limits are a bit bigger than what you would expect. For example, you can grab them at pretty extreme angles. Actually, let me go down here to demonstrate this. Oh, please, let me go down here. So I'm just going to do a quick trick here, and then I'm going to grab it. As you can see, that was quite an extreme angle. I grabbed it from about down here. All you need to do is look at them to grab them. So to avoid these extreme angles, let's say you want to just like avoid, let's say you're dashing over a grabbable wall and you want to avoid grabbing it, you just need to avoid looking at the grabbable wall or even close to. So if you're dashing over this wall, actually let me go to a wall that's a better example. Let's go to this one. If I want to dash over this wall, I want to avoid looking down like this. I want to look forward like this, right? But if I look down a little bit, then it'll grab the wall. Also, despite what the level design of this game would tell you, the speed you get off jumps on this wall aren't directional. Like, you'll get the same amount of momentum if you jump upwards as if you jump sideways. Oopsie. Like so. And this jump is actually pretty high and can actually be used for a lot of things, but the simplest one, of course, is just to jump or to climb the wall faster. Or excuse me, it's not going to be used for a lot of things. It's just going to be used to get some really high jumps, which you can use to climb walls really quickly, or to just do like really high jumps. Like, just for reference, this is what a normal jump is again, and this is what, from about the same height, I can reach from wall jumps. We can also do a strange clip on some graders where we grab it from the side. I don't have an example here in this map, but I'm only mentioning it because you can do it, but we haven't really found a use for it. I mean, you kind of clip into the wall, but you can't go fully out of bounds, so yeah, there's no use for this. There's also one more bug with cheese graters, where you can skip the mantle at the top of them, this mantle up here. And we can skip it just by spamming jump and dashing into it at a specific spot, like so. This is a little tricky to get. You kind of have to... It's kind of like you're foot grabbing at the same time, and you're maintaining dash speed. Like, I'm sort of like, look at how far I am. I'm sort of dashing through this, like so. Although that also could be a foot grab. We're not quite sure the technical details. And if Bowser remembers, he can correct me in the comments, because I'm pretty sure it's not just the foot grab, it's also just the dash. There are a few spots where this is useful, but in general it's not that useful. Okay. To sum up, we talked about monkey bars, mantling, rail boosting, and processing cheese. Cheers. Last time we discussed processing cheese. Today I'll cover dashing. There's actually a lot we can do with dashing, so I'm going to cover it in 3 videos. Let's start with the basics. The dash has 2 phases. First, it sets your vertical speed to 0 and your horizontal speed to 33 for about a fifth of a second. It then decelerates you to 4.4 units per second over the course of just under a third of a second. Dashes without faster dasher take 1 second to cool down per dash, and 0.5 seconds with faster dasher, which is this upgrade. Dashes start recharging the frame we use one. Crucially, if I spend my second dash while the first one is recharging, it will consume whatever the first one is recharged. So here I'm going to wait until the dash is almost fully recharged, and you're going to see that both of my dashes, or that I get nothing from the first dash. This, along with the fact that we cannot dash in the middle of another dash, is the reason why when using dashes to cover distances that take, say, more than 3 to 4 dashes, we want to single dash rather than burning both. So we want to do this. As you can see, when I double dash, there is actually quite a bit of charge that I'm wasting, so it's almost half of the first charge, or excuse me, let me do actual proper double dashing. As you can see, almost half of the first charge is being wasted when I double dash. Without faster dasher, single dashing gives us an average speed of 13.4, while burning both is about 13.1. The difference is larger with faster dasher. Double dashing gives us 15.9, while singles give us 17.3. With the Berserk power-up, we can go slightly faster due to the faster walking speed, and with Overdrive, we go significantly faster due to the lower cooldown of dashing at 22.5 units per second with single dashes and faster dasher. Reminder, default walking forward speed is 9.5, and one ballistic boost from a normal walking start is 23 to 25, depending. Decent lurch hopping can easily beat no faster dasher, and faster dasher can compete with lurch hopping depending on the quality of the hops. While in the air, dashes will continue to recharge up until a point, at which point they will stall up until the point you land on the ground. The thing is you actually have to land on the ground for a few frames. You can't just like do one bunny hop and get all your dashes back. You have to land on the ground fully and then the dashes will recharge. So this might complicate bunny hopping a little bit because you might have to, in order to do a dash tech that you might want to do, you might have to fully land and then do that dash tech. When spacing jumps along with dashes, generally you want to spend your dashes first and then jump. So double dash here, then jump, as opposed to double jump and then dash dash. And that's just because our dash is going to be recharging, start recharging earlier if we spend them earlier. So as you can see here, I'm going to double jump and dash dash, and as you can see, I'm on the ground a little bit before the dash fully recharged, whereas if I double dash first, it's ready to go once I land. This is more significant without faster dasher. Certain in-game teleports, such as most but not all death planes, Slayer Gate teleports, both in and out, Ripitorium exit portals, and a few others, allow you to dash during the fade-in after being teleported. So here I'm going to walk off the ledge and get teleported, and I'm going to dash during the fade-in. So I spawn here, just to be clear, I'm just going to dash while in the middle of the teleport. Even though if I were to just take the teleport, I wouldn't be able to move until much later. They will also fully recharge your dash once they give you back control. And with that, we're able to do a tech, or rather, with that, we're able to stack a bunch of dashes on top of each other and get 3 to even 4 dashes, or triple or quadruple dash. There are some spots where this is fast, but most of the time we'll be using another dashing tech when we use these teleports. So like this. I'll cover that in a later video. I want you to remember these death plane dashes. One more thing. I mentioned that not all death planes will work, and Erdak's global death plane, not the one up there by the Conmaker, that's where the Conmaker fight is, by the way, that death plane will function, but these global death planes on Erdak won't work. The Final Sin also has a global death plane. I believe the Holt and maybe Reclaimed Earth, you can basically tell just by dashing off, or just by falling off, and then seeing if you get your dashes back after you regain control, or if you're able to do that tech that I'm going to cover in the next video. When falling off a ledge, you will actually fall faster if you dash off of it. So there, I just fell off the ledge. This time I'm going to dash off of it. It might be hard to tell because the acceleration kind of happens out of nowhere at the very end of the dash, but it is significant enough that it does save time. The closer you are to the ledge, the more speed or the faster you will fall. So if I'm just about there, not as fast as doing it from here. So it's Doom Eternal, and of course frame rate affects dashing. For example, fast falling is faster at higher frame rates. It should start to get noticeable at about the mid to high 100s. That's when you can probably tell when your fast falls are a little slower. Oopsie, why am I not fast falling? Hello? I'm only at 200. There we go. The average speeds of dashes, like single dashes like this, are a little higher at higher frame rates, although there is some evidence that this is the opposite in different patches. We kind of have to figure that out. It's not significant either way. It's not like you have to look at the ground to lower or to increase your frame rate to get faster dashes. It really just isn't that significant unless we approach like really low frame rates, like really, really low frame rates. At lower FPS, you will end your dash at higher speeds. That 4.4 number I mentioned at the start was at 200 frames per second. The increase isn't significant, but at certain low FPSs, the dash will end with significantly higher speeds. For example, at 40 FPS, do I have my 40 FPS hotkey? There it is. You will exit the dash with 13 to 14 speed. But weirdly, you won't, or rather, for technical... Where am I? Oopsie. For technical reasons, you won't get the same from 41 or from 39. Right. I won't get into the technical details as to why this is. Just know that it's not that significant. You might be thinking that 40 FPS 1 is significant because it is 14 speed, but we'll be able to get much higher speeds out of our dashes, or carry over much higher speeds from our dashes with other tech that I'm going to be covering in the next video. There are some niche uses for this 40 FPS one, but it's extremely, extremely rare. You can actually dash infinitely at low... Oopsie, I keep hitting the wrong button. At low enough FPSs. So at 30, it's pretty inconsistent, but at 28, it's remarkably consistent. So you can dash infinitely in midair. Okay. Now, 30 FPS, by the way, is what the Nintendo Switch runs on. So Switch players enjoy dashing in midair, although it is pretty slow. Urdak and Holt's boost rings have an interesting interaction with dashes. When dashing after taking a ring, your speed is still set to, or your vertical speed is still set to 0, but your horizontal speed isn't set. Instead, it just redirects any speed that you already have. Like so. And I mean any speed, even extra speed that you gain. Oopsie. Dashed a little too late there. Let me show again. Any speed that you get, even if you get extra speed, it will redirect that speed. This ability lasts as long as the ring is active. So I'm going to dash here, and then I'm going to wait till the ring disappears. And then as you can see, normal dashes return. Okay, so to sum up, we talked about dashing basics, fade-in teleport dashes, fast falling, and how frame rate affects dashing, as well as boost ring dashing. Cheers. Last time we covered dashing basics, fade-in teleport dashes, fast falling, boost ring dashing, and how frame rate affects dashing. Today we'll cover how we can interrupt the dash while also maintaining the speed from the dash. First, we'll take a look at how to gain horizontal speed. While in the air, you can dash into most walls at an angle of 45 degrees or lower, and you will cancel the dash and maintain some of the speed. This is called a wall dash, and it really just is that simple. Be in the air and dash. I'm just literally let going all of my buttons after the dash. I'm not doing anything special. It's just be in the air and dash. The closer to 45 degrees you are, the more speed you'll maintain. So here I'm gonna aim a little bit lower. I'm gonna not have as much speed. And then here's 45. If you go above 45 degrees, the wall dash will just simply fail. And you will just dash. The max speed is about 23, which makes sense. If you do some right triangle maths with our dash speed of 33, you'll get 23. Any dash direction will work: forward, backwards, sideways, and even diagonally. The easiest way to do this tech is to aim parallel to the wall and then diagonally dash into it. Oopsie. Like so. This is because walls usually have some sort of parallel element to reference. But also, if I dash in the cardinal direction, it's harder for me to then reset my aim to be in the same direction as I'm moving. Whereas if I dash diagonally, I can just let go of, for example, in this example, the left key after I dash, keep holding forward, and then start my air strafe comfortably without having to worry about resetting my aim perfectly. I mean, I guess you could diagonally air strafe after you hit the wall dash if you're doing it in a cardinal direction, which would be awesome, but kind of unnecessary. Dashing in the cardinal direction still has its place in some spots where a diagonal dash might be a little tricky to line up. By walls, I mean any vertical collision. So for example, this railing over here counts as a wall. This counts as a wall, but even this rocket nozzle also counts as a wall, including ledges like this will also count as a wall. Not all walls will work, and the only way to really tell whether it will or will not work is to just dash into them. For example, in this area, we have these single stack boxes over here, and you can't wall dash into them. But strangely, you're able to wall dash off of the double stack boxes. This isn't anything special about the video game, like double stacking, I don't know, boxes and suddenly they're wall dashable, at least not to my knowledge. If the developer wants to come in and say, well, actually the way our map editor works, feel free, but as far as we can tell, there's nothing special about double stacking and it seems pretty random. It's probably just some sort of flag they apply to the collision that makes it wall dashable or not. We don't know what that is, but yeah. Also, what part of your body you hit with the wall doesn't matter. You can hit it with your head, you can hit it with your sort of legs, you can hit it with your chest. It doesn't really matter to our knowledge. I see a lot of players overcomplicating this tech. For example, some players will try to pre-strafe the wall dash like so, usually causing it to fail. This really isn't necessary. You can just calmly air strafe after you get the wall dash. And if you really need a tight air strafe after the fact, then you should rather time it when the wall dash hits. All that being said, what does complicate this tech is the geo we're going off of. Visually bumpy walls that have been smoothed out minding lineups. The geo of walls might not visually match. For example, a wall might look flat, but it actually bends in or out. Part of a wall might be wall dashable, but another part isn't, and etc, etc. You can also wall dash from the ground just by scrolling when you hit the wall when you're dashing on the ground. This doesn't give you as much speed, but it does have its occasional uses, mainly because, as you can see, we're not spending our second jump early to maintain our height because we're starting by moving upwards. Whereas with a normal wall dash, I'd have to spend my second jump way earlier in order to maintain my height. There's also a rare type of wall dash called a super wall dash. As of recording, we only know of 2 instances. One of them is at the start of Taurus Nabad on the cave walls, and the other one is here by the first Arachnotron of Cultist Base. Like I said earlier, these single stack boxes cannot be wall dashed on. However, on these sides that are facing this direction, so on these sides, including that box as well, and for this box, this side that's facing this direction, if you aim a dash at this part of the wall and angle it instead of 45 degrees, you maybe angle it 35 or 40, maybe even, I think it's like 35, you will still get a wall dash. But as you may notice, this wall dash actually gives us way more speed. Come on. There you go. For a max speed of about 28. It could be higher. The max I've seen is 28. This tech is still kind of mysterious because, as you can see, these boxes are kind of flat on this side, so we really don't understand what's going on here. The speed we get from normal wall dashes makes sense, but these super wall dashes probably cancel the dash in a different way. We can also interrupt the dash with the energy shield. Normal dashes deal 50 damage, but when the energy shield is up, the dash does more damage. This attack is called Shield Bash, and it has a bigger hitbox than the player. So if we dash beside an enemy close enough to hit them with the shield bash, but not close enough to hit them directly, we can cancel our dash and maintain all 33 of our speed. If we touch them with our hitbox, then we will still lose some of our speed, but still gain some. And if they're low enough HP, we can just dash straight through them. This is called a shield dash or a bash dash. We can also gain horizontal speed from slopes. This is a ramp dash. Just like a wall dash, the inputs aren't special, just dash. And in the case of ramp dashes, you don't even have to be in the air, you can just be on the ground. However, unlike wall dashes, we don't fully understand how angle affects things. For example, some angles in this ramp dash will give you higher speeds, some will give you lower speeds, some will give you higher speeds if you're in the air before you start the ramp dash. It's all rather mysterious, especially considering this tech isn't nearly as ubiquitous as wall dashing. The slopes that let you do this are extremely rare. There's actually only 2 of them that we actually use in runs, and this is one of them. They are very FPS sensitive. The higher, the more consistent, and there doesn't seem to be any nuance here. The higher, the better, pretty much. And once again, I can't really tell you what will and will not work. You just gotta try each ramp. The max speed I've seen one of these give is 28. Collision isn't the only thing that can interrupt dashing. Remember fade-in teleports from the last video? If we dash during the fade-in, making sure that the first phase of the dash is happening when we regain control, and jump as soon as we regain control as well, we'll maintain a lot of the dash speed, like so. These are called fade-in boosts, or fibs for short. When you time the dash depends on the situation. For example, in this fade-in boost, you want to time the dash earlier, or later, excuse me, rather than earlier. That's because if I time the dash earlier, then I'm going to be down here when I regain control, and then I'm not going to be able to clear this ramp without hitting a hard ramp hop. Some fibs, you want to time the fib on the second dash, like so. But for most, you're going to want to time it about the time you see stuff fade in. To time the jump, you can just scroll or free scroll. I just hold macro. Right, but you can also do this with single jumps. It just requires a little bit of practice. Some people report that fibs can be a little bit tricky for them, and the solution that they report that helps them the most is actually changing the double dash input from hold into press. Recently, it was discovered you can regain control in the fade-in teleport early by hitting your weapon wheel button after starting the warp sequence. So here, I'm just going to walk off the ledge, and as you can see, I have to wait till it fully fades in before I'm able to start moving. Now I'm going to tap my weapon wheel button. As you can see, I'm able to start moving pretty much instantly. You don't have to hold the weapon wheel, you can just tap it. That being said, in patch 3 and higher, you do have to wait for the wheel to fully pop onto your screen, like so. So you can't tap it, you gotta fully wait till it pops on your screen. Like that. The teleport still regens your dash, just like before, but it also interrupts your dash just like before. So now, we can move, jump, and dash in any direction. This means that we can redirect the fib in any direction we want. So for example, backwards or sideways. It also means we can always be in the air when we get our fib, meaning the fib won't suffer friction losses. Just like wall dashes, there's probably still an advantage to fibbing on the ground on occasion, mostly because we don't have to burn our second jump early in order to maintain our height. Most cutscenes can also cancel the dash. If I'm in the first phase of the dash when it starts, then the dash will get cancelled, and when the cutscene ends, I'll have most of the speed. This is called a dash storage. So let me give you an example here. And there you go. The way we get vertical speed is through slopes, but specifically slopes that join with a wall, like this one. So all we have to do is just dash into them. These are called dash boosts. Visually, there isn't really a way to tell if something is dash boostable or not. You just have to test it, as usual. But, that being said, you can push yourself into a candidate corner, and if you're bobbing up and down like this, then usually you'll be able to dash boost from that spot. Now, that being said, it won't be guaranteed that you'll have a good dash boost. For example, here, you can dash boost here. As you can see, I'm kind of bobbing. Might be hard to see. And as you can see, the dash boost is kind of flaccid. You'll want to start moving away from the wall after you get the dash boost. Hello? Thank you. The reason you want to move away from the wall is because you might get stuck on stuff that sticks out, and there's also a bit of friction as you move up the wall that you might get stuck on. There's some weird collision with flat walls in this game. The two things you need to watch out for when learning, finding, or testing dash boosts is FPS and this bobbing that we do. Many dash boosts require that you are bobbing as you hit your dash in order for the dash boost to be consistent. When that is the case, usually it means that at higher FPSs, you don't require this bobbing in order for the dash boost to be consistent. If you don't have the FPS, then you can usually just slow down time for a little bit, and the dash boost should be consistent. Slowing down time is sometimes even required when you're at 250 FPS. So for example, in the Ancient Gods Part 1 and 2, most of the dash boosts require that you slow down time even at 250 in order for the dash boost to be consistent. Some are the opposite, requiring lower FPS to be consistent without this bobbing, and some just don't work at all when you bob at all. We can juice up dash boosts by combining them with ramp jumps. For example, this dash boost is about this height, but if I scroll as I hit it, then I'll go much higher. This is called a Zaya boost. The name comes from Zaya, who is the runner who first reported this tech. We're going for a jump input right after the dash is interrupted and we get our vertical speed, while we are still in the jump extension of the slope. Because of the dash boost, we fly out of the jump extension pretty quickly, so the window we have to hit the jump input is pretty small, and the more speed we get from a dash input, the smaller the window. For reference, this medium-sized dash boost, medium-ish sized dash boost, has a 7 to 8 frame window at 250 FPS to get a Zaya boost. That's a window of 260 FPS frames. So it's pretty hard to do with the scroll without the scroll wheel, excuse me. That being said, we can make it lenient enough for a single jump input just by slowing down time. In patches 1 and 1.1, you'll want to think about what scroll speed you use depending on the dash boost you use, or the dash boost you want to juice. For example, this dash boost, like a medium or low one like this one, you'll want to avoid using the macro or scrolling too quickly, since you might get a second jump input after you get your ramp jump while still in the jump extension, killing all of your speed. So for example, like this is what that'll look like. Here I'm just tapping my macro. Sometimes you might still get the dash boost, but it's much less consistent. And for this one, I'm doing a slower scroll in order to get the Zaya boost. Zaya boosts aren't really done in the release patch because you have access to ramp stacks. But if you were to do them there, they'll never fail, and the scroll speed you use will probably be more to control the height you get, just like a normal ramp stack. Zaya boosts were patched on in patch 2 because ramp jumps can no longer be done in jump extensions, so if you try Zaya boosts in these patches, you'll just get one that looks like a failed Zaya boost like this. We can do a similar thing with angled boost pads, a Zaya boost pad if you will. So here's the normal height we get from the boost pad, and here's what happens if we juice it with a ramp jump. Although this tech might not be considered strictly dashing tech, you might be able to do this if you fly into the pad with a high enough speed and just ramp jump off of it. But so far we've only been really doing this with a dash, and the inputs are exactly the same as a Zaya boost. Scrolls, you hit it with a dash. These were also patched out in patch 2, so you'll just get a jump and no boost if you try it. Reminder, ledges are rounded over, and we can actually use this to get a dash boost. So if I go down the ledge about halfway down and dash into it, I will get what's called an edge boost. The lower on the ledge you are, the more vertical the dash boost, and the higher, the more horizontal. The positions required for these are a lot more precise than I'm making them out to be. I'm kind of making it look a little easy and simple here, but I promise it's not, unless of course you're the real paisano. This tech, however, isn't the only one that uses precise positioning, and it isn't even the only tech that uses precise positioning on a ledge. So I'll cover the tricks we use to get into these positions in a later video. These can also be combined with ramp jumps to get more height for a Zaya edge boost. However, these are a lot more challenging, because unlike, say, for example, this Zaya boost, I can't buffer the scroll wheel input. I pretty much have to hit my single jump key or scroll or macro immediately after I hit my dash input. These edge boosts usually give you more height than a regular dash boost too, so the window is even smaller. But once again though, we can make them easier by slowing down time. Something like this. Oh, need to be a little lower. Slow down time. And there we go. We can combine dash boosts and wall dashes to get height and horizontal distance, like so. The rules of both apply, and we call these combo boosts. Quick honorable mention. We have been able to interrupt the dash with a boost pad by dashing after we take it, kind of something like that, but the tech seems rather precise. I'm not even going to try and demonstrate it, and there aren't really that many uses, if any at all. So to sum up, wall dash equals speed off walls, shield dash equals chain gun shield off or through an enemy, ramp dash equals speed coming up normal slopes, fib equals speed coming out of most teleports, storage equals speed coming out of cutscene, dash boost equals upward speed coming up a slope that's joined by a wall, Zaya boost equals a ramp jump added to a dash boost, edge boost equals upwards or a little forward speed up ledges, combo boost is a wall dash and some form of vertical dash boost. Cheers. Last time we covered all the ways we can interrupt a dash and maintain speed from it. Today we're going to go over a tech called zipping. Sometimes you may have noticed that when dashing, you'll seemingly teleport. This isn't actually a teleport, it's the game giving you huge speed directly downwards. And just to show that it's a downward speed, I'm going to set up this zip. In the bottom center of the screen, I have a speedometer. The top number is my horizontal speed and the bottom number is my vertical speed. I want you to pay attention to my vertical speed. So here we go. Just to be clear, I started my dash all the way up over there. So of course we've learned how to get this speed consistently and use it. Before I explain this tech, let me say that the most important part of the video for most players is how to avoid zips. You won't need all the extensive details that I'll go over in this video, so you can use the timestamps to skip ahead to that part. that explains how to avoid zips. But before you go, I recommend that you at least gloss over it once. You don't need to fully understand everything, but I do think listening to it once will help you understand the general idea of how zips work well enough that you can avoid them pretty easily. That being said, I'm going to go into so much detail because the categories that allow zips typically, at least as of now, tend to be dominated by zips. So this information will be useful if you're playing in categories that requires or that allow using zips. Okay, so how does this tech work? I'm going to dump a lot of details on you right now, but don't worry, we're going to go through each one point by point, and I'll recap it a few times. So first, start a dash from a grounded state. Second, get gravity applied to the dash by going airborne and being above 0.6096 meters above the ground. Third, if at any point during this gravity dash you are above the ground by less than the 0.61 meters above the ground, but are still airborne, a 100 millisecond timer will start, called the grace period. At the end of this grace period, the game will double check that you are still below the 0.61 meters above the ground and are still airborne. And if you are, it will give you 609.6 speed directly downwards, which is exactly 1,000 times this height limit per second. If the dash ends before the grace period ends, or you are grounded or too high, the speed will not be applied. Reminder, a dash lasts 250 milliseconds. So again, start a dash grounded, go airborne, be above 0.6 meters above the ground, go below that, then be below that 100 milliseconds later, and you will get 600 speed downwards. Okay, so that's a lot. So let's get started with the gravity dash bit first. So we already learned about gravity being applied to your dash when we talked about fast falling in earlier patches a few episodes back. But just a reminder, we need to start our dash grounded. We can't start it airborne to get the gravity. Gravity is still applied in later patches, but the speed given from the gravity is no longer FPS dependent. But we didn't discuss the height requirement, and that's because it's not really relevant unless we want to talk about zipping. So to explain it, I'm going to use this slope over here, which is just steep enough that you'll be airborne when you dash off of it, unlike this slope over here where you won't be airborne. So just to show that we're getting gravity, I'm going to go up to the top and I'm going to slow down time to make it clear. And we're going to dash off, and you're going to see that gravity is being applied during the dash. And just to show that it's being applied during the dash, I'm going to dash off a lower part over here. As you can see, only at the very end is gravity being applied. Let's do that again from a lower spot. Slow down time. And right after the dash finishes, that's when gravity is applied. So only if we go high enough will the gravity be applied, and the first requirement for zipping will be met. For the next step, let's ignore that 100 millisecond grace period. I'm just going to use a command here to actually set it to 0. So now, as soon as I get a gravity dash and I'm above the ground by less than 0.61 meters, I'm going to instantly get the speed. So let's start with this example. I'm going to dash off this pillar, which has enough height to give me a gravity dash. And once I get close to the ground, you're going to see I'm going to get enough speed. I'm going to slow down the game because it's a little hard to see otherwise. Boop. There you go. And just once again, to prove that we're getting that speed, I'm going to do it over a ramp here instead, which is going to, I'm going to get the speed rather downwards, and then the ramp is going to redirect it. Once again, and off we go. Here's another example. I'm going to dash off this ledge here, and I'm going to be high enough to get a gravity dash, but then I'm going to go over this ledge. And as we learned, all edges are curved. So I'm going to be slightly above the ground, and I'm going to get a zip right here. Let's slow down time once again, and boom, there's your zip. Back to our slope example. I'm too low here to get a gravity dash, but if I go just barely high enough, then I'll be able to get a zip immediately after. Boom. So let's bring that grace period back into the picture. So we're going to set it back to its default value of 100. So let's do our same experiments again. Dash off the pillar, and we get no speed. And that's because the last time the zip was activated here, but just now it's being scheduled, which means 100 milliseconds later, we're already on the ground and the dash is ended, so we're not going to get anything. The same thing with this zip. And as for this one, the gravity dash is being applied. Here, where we're used to zip, it's now just being scheduled, and the grace period ends when we're in the middle of the air. And the same, or a similar thing to our pillar with the slope over here. So how do we get the specific requirements to match up? Well, we need to dash off a surface that's high enough so that we get a gravity dash, but low enough so that when the zip is scheduled, we're also still airborne by the time the zip is confirmed later. So using the slope again, if I go too high, that simply won't work because it's too high and the dash ends and we're grounded by the time the grace period ends. But if I go too low, then I won't get gravity applied to my dash. But if I go just high enough, right about there, then everything works out that I'm able to get the zip. And just to confirm once again, let's go in slow-mo, scheduled, and confirmed. Once again, scheduled, confirmed. But if it was this simple, zips would be much rarer than they actually are. In fact, you'd pretty much only be able to get them off situations like I showed with this steep slope, or maybe a piece of collision sticking out the ground at just the right height, such as this pillar here. Oh, there we go. These requirements simply fail to explain any of the zips that we use in speedruns currently. Take this zip, for example. Okay, so the confirmation kind of makes sense. I mean, we did it earlier with this ledge over here. As we go over the ledge, we are slightly airborne, and therefore the zip gets confirmed. But how exactly are we confirming or scheduling the zip, let alone even getting gravity? Am I not grounded as I dash up this grounded ledge? Like, what's happening here? Here's another example. I'm going to get a zip off of this chain here. Unlike the previous example, the first part makes more sense. We're dashing off the ledge, we're getting our gravity dash because we're high enough off of the ground. Then we schedule the zip because we get close to the chain. But then somehow we're confirming the chain, or confirming the zip while standing on the chain. How does that make any sense? Well, it can seem like the requirements are not correct, but as it turns out, they are actually correct. However, ledges and steep slopes have strange collision behaviors. Through the use of debugging tools, we've confirmed that when you dash up a ledge or a steep slope such as this one, the game actually thinks you're airborne in some of these frames. So back to our example over here, when we dash up this ledge, our debug tools show that we are airborne, and as a result, the gravity gets applied and the zip gets scheduled. We don't fully understand why this ground check fails. And if you look back at our community's conversations and investigations on zips, it's safe to say that the reason why it took us so long to understand zips is because of this buggy ground check. It caused a lot of confusion. So to recap these requirements, to get us up, we need to give our dash gravity by starting grounded and then being 0.6 meters above the ground, then get below 0.6 meters and then be below 0.6 meters again 100 milliseconds later. Ledges and steep slopes have strange ground checks that can be used to meet these requirements seemingly while on the ground. Some small side notes. Whether or not you get a zip is determined by the frame rate, but this is probably due to the ground check, collision interactions, and the rate of fast falling in earlier patches, as those things we know are affected by frame rate. How much speed you get from the zip is not affected by the frame rate. We don't know what the purpose of this entire mechanic is. The game's default FPS cap is 1000. So that 609 speed downwards would be enough to snap the player back to the ground from that 0.609 height in one 1000 FPS frame. But why this was wanted or even required, we aren't sure. But what about actually performing zips? Well, if it hasn't been clear so far, all you really need to do is get into the right position and then just hit your dash button. You don't have to hit extra buttons or anything like that. At most, you might have to change your FPS because, like I said earlier, FPS does change whether or not you will get a zip or not. The most common way to get a zip is to use ledges. So here I'm going to mantle up here. I'm going to get onto the lower half of the ledge. It's a little high, like so. And then to test that I'm on the correct part of the ledge, I'm going to dash. And if I get an edge boost, I should be on the correct part. Now, this is a one-way relation. Like, for example, you'll be able to get onto the lower half sometimes and you won't be able to edge boost, but you'll still be able to zip. But if you're able to edge boost, you should be able to zip. And just to add, I will cover how to get onto the lower half of ledges and how to do precise positioning in general in a later video. I'm making it look way less complicated than it actually is here. So once you're on the lower half, then you want to aim parallel to the wall, and then you want to aim off a little bit, and you should be able to get the zip. And this works with every wall, or with every ledge, excuse me. So aim parallel, off to the right, in this case. There we go. And here's another example. Oh, didn't get low enough. Oh, that might be a little too low. Should be good. There we go. The bigger challenge is finding an area that will let you convert that speed into something useful. To be fair, downspeed can be useful, but rarely, so you'll need to find places that will bounce you around to get the desired trajectory. This is just going to require trial and error and finding various different spots and seeing if you can manipulate your angle and trajectory and frame rate to get the right trajectory. But to give you an example, let me show off this zip, which we call the rough criminal. All right, that should be good. And I'm going to slow down time to show you how it bounces us around. Okay, so that's good, but to make full use of it, I'm going to air strafe right after I get the zip, and we're off to the end of the level. In theory, any tech that gets you enough speed could be used to pass straight through death planes, but in practice, zips are currently the only tech that are being used for this. Some death planes are thin enough where you can pass straight through them with a zip at lower frame rates. There is one known that can be passed through at 250, however most of the time when you see a runner fly straight through a death plane with a zip, they're usually lowering their FPS to do so. Like I did earlier in this video, I lowered my frame rate to 60 in this case. Sometimes a zip will work at 1 FPS, and clip through a death plane at another FPS. So sometimes you'll see runners dash and then pause and then change their frame rate to be able to get the skip. So to give a quick and dirty overview of what we've covered so far, zips require that you start a dash grounded and usually require that you dash over some quote bumpy unquote terrain. Stuff like ledges, steep slopes, stuff like that. So the advice seems simple to avoid them, right? Just jump before you dash and avoid this type of terrain. But this isn't really the best advice. In fact, the advice we had before we knew these facts is still the best. As abrasive as this statement is, honestly, the best piece of advice I can give around avoiding zips is to just move better. The better you are at the movement of this game, the less of a problem zips become, to the point where it becomes an afterthought. So why is this old advice the best advice still? Well, for 3 basic reasons. The first being that, well, dashes are slow, and you should use other things that are fast, you know? The second reason is a little bit more subtle. These other options that we have are faster, also tend to require that you are airborne. Things like wall dashes and ballista boosts will require that you're airborne, and in order to maintain the speed you get from them, you're going to be bunny hopping, which, you know, keeps you airborne. And the last reason is the most important. They're more fun. Let's take this area for example. I could boringly dash through the entire area and then risk zipping on Jesus' head like we did at the beginning of the episode. Or I could just use a simple wall dash, do some simple b-hops, go for a ramp hop here, and then go for a wall dash off the wall instead. And if I'm particularly baller, I could do something like this. Yes, sometimes dashing on the ground is the fastest option, but since ground dashing should be rare, it shouldn't be too hard to keep a mental list of spots that are prone to zipping and adjust accordingly, either by going around or, you know, just jumping before you dash. So to sum up, we covered the requirements of zips, zipping from any ledge, clipping through death planes, and avoiding zips. Cheers. P.S. I will give 1 gamer point to a commenter who is able to figure out why this zip happens based on what we learned today. Last time we covered zipping. Today we're going to take a look at all the tools we have to achieve precise positioning. The Doomslayer does not have the full 180 degrees of looking angle when looking up and down. The full 360 when looking side to side, but not 180 when looking up and down. To explain why this is important, I'm going to line myself up with this line on the floor here. And if I move my camera over to the left a little bit, you'll see that I'm no longer lined up. And I'm moving my mouse as far down as I can, and I'm still not lined up. This is important to note because if you're doing something really precise, then this difference might actually be enough. Now, for most of the game, this really isn't important. Most of the time, this is fine. But if you're doing something extremely, extremely precise, you want to watch out for this. The primary challenge we have with precise positioning in this game is that the Doomslayer is blazingly fast. So it can be rather challenging to get into the precise position. So we need to slow him down. And the first obvious way we can do it is to just use walls. So we can just angle ourselves to modulate our speed. And as a result, we can then use it to get into the correct position. A little off, and there you go. Here's a real world example of this in action. We need an edge boost from here to reach that, but we don't want it to go high enough that we'll bonk our head on this. So we can mantle up here, get up against the wall, and then use these lines on the wall to slowly back down until we reach the correct height, which is about this line, and our edge boost should be correct. But there's something tricky about the usage of walls here. As I talked about previously, our frame rate affects collision, and in this case, it affects our friction. So if I hold backwards here, I'm going to have about 1 meter per second backwards, but if I lower my FPS to about 60, then you're going to see that I actually move faster. And so this can cause some problems sometimes. So for example, if I want to set up here and use this angle to go down to here, I won't be able to at 250 because the friction will be too high. I simply won't be able to get it. But if I lower my frame rate to 60, then I will be able to go down. Motherfucker, I forgot to mute my phone. But we can actually use this to our advantage. So for this one, for example, I can look here and then just hold backwards, and it's going to always stop me about here because the friction is always the same. And the boost should work. And if your FPS is lower, like for example, you look at this wall and you get about 200, for example, you could instead change your FPS to 144, and then look at this spot instead of all the way over here, just a little bit more to the left, and then hold backwards, and the effect should be about the same. But what happens when we don't have access to walls and we're stuck in open space like we were earlier with this example? What tools do we have to slow ourselves down? Well, the first one that we thought of was to actually slow down time instead of ourselves. And this works, but it can be a little bit tricky to deal with because, as you can see, if I tap here, my speed is changing, but my position is not. Only once I reach a certain speed do my inputs actually start to work. Right, so that can be a little tricky when you're doing micro-precise stuff. Like over here, first I have to get my speed high enough, and then I can start repositioning myself. Another option is to use the weapons themselves. So an unupgraded precision bolt, the unupgraded arbalist, or just the destroyer blade, slow you down when you use them. Now the destroyer blade will slow you down to 0, or effectively 0, once you are fully charged, but before you are, you can slowly move with it, and you can just cancel it in order to keep yourself slow. So let's use it here, and there you go. Another option is to use an analog input for your movement, like a controller stick. But my controller's dead zone is so enormous, and once it passes that dead zone, it's so sensitive that I'm struggling to demonstrate this. So I think your imagination can take over for this example. And finally, we have the scroll wheel. By going into our settings and then changing our binds and adding a scroll wheel to one of our movement binds. So for example, for me, it's scroll upwards to go backwards. So we can do precise stuff like this and get into a really precise position. There you go. So as you can probably tell, this is pretty slow, but that's because I'm doing it at my native 250 frames per second. One scroll tick lasts exactly 1 frame. So if I increase the size of that frame by, say, lowering my frame rate, I will increase the distance I travel. So at 60, I travel about this much. Right, compared to the 250 where I really had to scroll in order to travel a good distance. So we can modulate the distance we travel just by changing our frame rate. Now, I don't think there's a trick that exists today, maybe in the future it will, but something like this where you get into a corner, look at a specific spot, and then 1, 2, 3 ticks at 250, and then 1 tick at 180, and then, you know, et cetera, et cetera. That doesn't exist so far. But you can do some pretty simple stuff. So if you want a really vertical edge boost, but you don't want to set up the precise positioning or do the slowing down time trick, you can do something like lower your frame rate to 30 and then do 2 ticks backwards after a mantle. And there's your really vertical edge boost. Speaking of mantling, it's an excellent way to get into a set position. It will line you up perfectly on 2 axes, your forward and backward axis and your vertical axis, and it will always put you in the same spot. To get that 30 axes, you could just set yourself up before you mantle, and there you go. You could also do something like go up a set of stairs like this, and then hold forward, and it will mantle you in the exact same spot every time. Now, usually this configuration is actually kind of rare. For example, most of the time you're going to find something like this, where you can't mantle if you go up it diagonally. Sometimes you'll find collision like this, which is a little too low to mantle even if you jump. But you can still mantle on it if you are airborne. You could do something silly like this, right? Or more reasonably, you could use the ballista, which will pop you off the ground just barely enough so that you're airborne and you'll be able to mantle. Another cute thing we can do with these ledges is to simply go up to them and jump. And that will actually pop us onto the ledge. And if we lower our frame rate, we can modulate the distance we travel. But this isn't as precise and as consistent, and I've never seen anybody use it. I'm just letting you know that this exists. I've talked about how the requirement for edge boosts and ledge zips is that you're on the lower half of a ledge, but it's a bit more complicated than that. So let's finally get into the details. To start, what I want you to do is I want you to mantle on a ledge, and then slowly tap backwards while the weapon wheel is fully out. To make it clearer on video, because it's kind of hard to see on video, I'm going to use a command to zoom in here, and I'm going to walk off the ledge sideways just to make it clear what is going on. Although it still might not be that easy to see, and I still recommend trying this out on your own. So you'll notice as you slowly walk off the ledge, you'll notice that it's pretty smooth. As you move, you will move down. But then eventually, you'll reach a point where you'll start sort of falling off the ledge because you're going off the really steep parts of the ledge. And you'll sort of drop in these sort of jagged steps. So you'll notice that once you start falling, you'll keep falling even after you let go of your movement key. And then eventually you will fall off. So once again, smooth, smooth, and then you see those steps, and then eventually you'll fall off. Now you won't be able to see the stepping without slowing time, but just the visual of this will help you get a feel for what you're looking for without slowing time. So in this example over here, I just tap backwards really quickly, and I'm probably near the top of the steps. I'm probably still not on the steps, and if I were to do a dash boost, it probably wouldn't work on this ledge specifically. And then once again, that's still a little too high for me, and I have to do more adjustments to get lower. Let's see if I can get in one tap to get pretty low. That's pretty good. And if I really want to get low, like all the way to the very bottom of the ledge before I fall off, it can be really challenging to tap, and it can even be really challenging to tap even with the weapon wheel out. But I can kind of tell that that last tap was pretty good. This one's not good. This one's pretty good. I only have to do a few adjustments, and then now I should be able to get a pretty vertical edge boost. The point of all this being is that I can't really teach you what you're looking for. I can teach you how to look for it. So you're really going to have to sit down and practice this, especially if you're doing this improvised with just back tapping like this, which can be rather challenging. And part of the challenge is just figuring out what you're looking for. And this exercise of walking off the ledge slowly will help you understand what you're looking for. For zips, you can be at any point between just before the steps and to the steps themselves, and it should probably work. However, sometimes you'll get a ledge like this one, where even if you're in the correct position and you go for the zip, it won't work. What you'll have to do instead is you'll have to get into the position and then just shift left to right, even if you're not moving up or down, and the zip should suddenly work. So ledges can be somewhat finicky, but at the very least, the location itself is not too finicky to just get a zip. Now, of course, where you stand and how high you are on the ledge will affect the final outcome of where you bounce around after the zip happens. But in general, if you just need to get a rough zip, you should be able to just walk off the ledge slightly, and it's pretty lenient. As for edge boosts, I mentioned that most, if not all, ledges will give you a zip, but not all of them will give you an edge boost. This is one such example where no matter how low I go, I can't get an edge boost off this thing. But it's actually a little bit more complicated than that. Some ledges will give you edge boosts even if you're way too high on the ledge. Like for example this one where I wasn't even close to the steps of the ledge. However, most of the time you're going to find that the edges pretty much follow about the same rule as zips. You want to be in about the same spot, and the lower you are, the higher the edge boost you're going to get. And just like with zips, you'll find ledges where you have to do a little bit of shimmying in order to get the edge boost to work. And of course, there's some really weird examples like this edge boost over here, which are hyper precise and need super precise positioning, and sometimes even need FPS tapping at specific frame rates to work. That also sometimes do weird things, like if you teleport to them, they'll work 100% of the time, but if you mess up the lineup manually, even by a tiny bit, it won't work. And of course it works now because, you know, the showcase effect, God bless. If you have to do an edge boost or a zip, I'd recommend, at least for beginners, to use the scroll wheel FPS method. It's slow, but it's very easy and consistent. As you get better, I'd recommend learning the back tapping method. It's faster and cooler. At least for pretty lenient stuff, like general zips and general edge boosts. If you need a really vertical edge boost, you're probably going to have an easier time just learning the 30 FPS scroll wheel method. So to sum up, we covered how to achieve precise positioning through slowing the player down by using things that move you a consistent amount, or things that set you into a consistent position. We also finished up our tour of ledges. Cheers. Like all my other videos, be sure to check the description for any corrections, information I will inevitably forget to include, and additional comments. Last time we covered precise positioning tricks, and today we'll take a look at getting speed through the power of fisting. When punching a target that you are facing, and that target isn't staggered, the game will lunge you towards them. Specifically, the game will lunge you towards a point somewhere in their hitbox. I'll call this point the lunge point. The game will instantly redirect your camera towards the target, lock the camera as well, and give you speed towards the target. The speed will decrease in a negative curve. The further you are away from the target, the further up the curve you will start. So from about back here, start from a much higher speed, and if I start closer, then I start from a lower speed. If you hold a direction during this lunge sequence, the game will give you way more speed. Over 2 times more speed. This isn't a permanent toggle though, you can't just tap a direction once. Holding your direction will shift you up to a higher curve only for the duration that you hold the curve, or hold the key, excuse me. So for example, if I slow down time here and I punch, you'll see that when I was tapping directions, my speed upshifted. Let's do that again. There you go. And once again, doesn't matter which direction. However, the important thing is that when we start punch boosting, you'll want to hold forward to get the maximum speed. Holding any other direction would just cost you or lose you speed, because every time we punch, it redirects our camera forward, not sideways, even though that would be awesome. Notice how the curve doesn't go to 0. So how does the speed get taken away? If you're on the ground, it kind of makes sense because, ground friction will take the speed away. But what about when we're in the air? The lunge sequence is canceled when we collide with most collision, ground, walls, enemies, etc. When the target is killed during the sequence, or you have reached the lunge point. But importantly, canceling the sequence doesn't remove the speed. It only breaks the camera lock. So, like so. So whatever speed we have at the end of the sequence, we will keep. As long as we aren't touching the ground, walls, etc., where friction will take our speed away. And this is how we punch boost. Let's start with using collision to cancel the sequence. In this common situation, our punchable object is on a ledge above us, and to get a boost, we just hold forward under it and punch. We want to be touching the wall to get as much speed as possible, specifically if the enemy is, like, say, further away from us. But in this case, we could do something like start the punch from further away to get more speed, but the collision will happen at about the same point in the graph. In theory, you could use this to modulate your speed depending on the geometry of the situation. However, generally, we want to just be able to get the highest amount of speed. So we're going to hold forward and collide as soon as possible. It also makes setups a lot easier. And of course, this type of collision setup works with whatever orientation. The target can be below you, above you, or to the side, like so. And I'll repeat that not all collision will cancel a sequence. Sometimes you might get something like this, right? Although, usually, in that case, there's probably some collision on the side or something or other that can be used instead. Sometimes you'll have a boost like this one, where the sequence is cancelled further into the punch. So instead of cancelling maybe about here, when I start my punch, it cancels maybe a little further there. So to get maximum speed, you want to be holding much longer than you'd think, because again, you're going to be colliding a little later. So, like so. Now, I would show this with time slowed, but this complicates matters, and that'll make sense in a little bit. The situation is pretty similar when looking at things with no collision. For example, these ambient cacos in Midtown Hell on Earth. We just fly right through them, and the sequence is cancelled because we reached the launch point. But there are more things with no collision rather, than you would think. Take, for example, the Arachnotron. Its gun has its very own lunge point, and will actually continue to have it even after the spider is dead. So we can actually do something like this. There are a bunch of niche examples of collisionless boosting. For example, you can punch boost off really fresh corpses of some enemies if you chainsaw or glory kill them in specific directions, like so. Right? And some walls, for example, have collision that sticks out, or rather the lunge point that sticks out away from the collision. And there's a bunch of other niche examples that I won't get into too much detail for. Shockingly, FPS affects things. Firstly, higher FPS will usually net higher speeds coming out of the sequence. We think higher FPS helps for the same reason we want to be touching the wall for those long collision-based boosts. The higher frame rate means the collision happens earlier in the negative curve because on the first frame we punch and then on the next we collide. So having the higher frame rate will have us exit with more speed. So if you aren't getting the speed you need, all you have to do is just slow time as usual. Secondly, FPS also affects if the collision will actually cancel the sequence. Usually at lower frame rates, such as in this case 60, the sequence will just not cancel and you'll just have a really bad time. And in some cases, really high FPS will fail to cancel the sequence, or rather cause the sequence to cancel at a later point. So if we come back to this example, I mentioned that you wouldn't cancel the sequence about here where you'd expect, you cancel it higher up. And if we increase our frame rate, then we actually don't get as much speed as if we were to have a much lower frame rate. So for example, that's 250 slowed, now I'm going to do 170 slowed. As you can see, we go much higher because the sequence gets cancelled earlier, even though we aren't getting as much speed from the collision because of our lower FPS. But what about that bit about the target being killed during the sequence? Can't this be used? In theory, yes, but nothing useful has been found. You could, for example, do something like this, where I drop a sticky and then punch. But this is really hard, and no practical uses have been found. But what about the punch itself using to kill the enemy? And what about blood punch? Well, we know it's possible to get a blood punch boost, and setups have been found, but they aren't that useful. The setups are extremely niche and hard to really incorporate. I could explain to you all the properties of a normal punch and blood punch, but since it's not yet useful for the sake of gaining speed, I'll leave those details for when I get into the combat portion of the tutorial series. And if we find a way to make blood punch boosting useful, I'll leave a link in the description. Okay? Okay. I will mention that in patch 5 and higher, every single punch boost off enemies will activate your blood punch if you have it. Again, I'll explain why later in the series, but for now, just keep this behavior in mind when routing your blood punches. So today we learned about the properties of the lunge, the speed, the camera locking, etc., how to maintain the speed from it through collisions and no collisions. Cheers.
Take.
I think we should be live. Let me know if the audio is okay. It's not like clipping or doing anything weird like that. As long as you can hear us well, then we're going to be doing a live stream for overclocking the new video cards today. I've got a pile of them. These three I have not overclocked yet. So these are all 3080s. And we'll take a poll from chat to see what people want me to start with. But let me just check on chat first, see if people say it looks good, and then I'm going to tweet out that we're live. For people who catch this after the fact, if you see comments below the video and it's obviously an upload, then it is archived. But right now, we're live. But when you're watching it, it might not be live. But right now it is. Figure that one out. Okay, what was people saying? Audio's good. Okay, thank you very much for that confirmation. Always like to make sure we're good there before getting going. Let me tweet out that we're going live. Okay, we are about to go live overclocking partner model RTX 3080s. Or no, we're not about to go live. We are technically live. We are live. Okay, good enough. All right, so the cards we have today. I'm going to have to figure out, I was just realizing like, oh, I could put Amazon links in the description to these, and then I realized there's no point because they're all gone. So anyway, let me open up like the video player window and see what chat is saying. What I want to know from you is which one do we start with? I'll kind of gauge the chat roughly here and try and figure out what everyone is generally voting for. So we have the Gigabyte Eagle. We have the EVGA, make sure that's the right one, FTW3. Well, EVGA loses for stand-up ability. Unfortunately, that is the most critical aspect of any review. But EVGA FTW3, the one I have socketed right now just for video out, is an Asus Tough. Okay, now I'm going to look at chat. It's already exploding. I don't think I'm going to really... I'm just going to kind of look at it zoomed out and try and get a gauge. This is actually impossible. I see some Gigabyte questions, but I'm almost exclusively seeing Asus and EVGA. So I wish I had a coin or a die I could roll. Random number generator. Let's generate a number between 0. Is it going to be 0 and 2? Is it between, or is it? Okay. All right, I'm going to generate a number, 1 or 2. And if it's 1, we'll do the Tough, and if it's 2, we'll do the FTW3. So chat has basically ruled out the Eagle. I saw a few of the requests, but most people wanted one of these other two. So let's click Generate. Actually, I forgot which ones I assigned. 1 is Tough, 2 is FTW3. Generate. 1. Well, that's convenient. Okay, I think I need to install driver still. So the Tough came out. We're going to start with that one. What I'm going to do is overclock these with just their stock coolers. This is not a review. I am going to be working on the reviews with full in-depth thermals and all that stuff. But all of the thermal analysis will have to take place in our controlled benches. It's a very lengthy process. But what we're going to do is sort of bin these cards in a sense, in that we're just going to try and figure out which ones produce the better clocks, because this weekend I'm going to be working with Joe Stepanzi, aka Bearded Hardware, and we're going to want to start with the card that's doing the best. Now, one quick thing, I have some of these I have special V-BIOSes for, and some I don't, but we're just going to use, at least as of right now, the production V-BIOSes that are on there. All right. That's kind of funny, super chats. Let me read a couple of these as we get started. There's one at the bottom I want to get to quickly because it's amusing. First one was from MD, $10. Does everyone else laugh out loud when Jay has to read the NZXT warranty info in his ads? Quote, and RAM overclocking. I haven't actually seen those, but sorry for complicating things, Jay. VC Jester, $5. Can we get B-roll of your hair? I think the closest thing we have to that is our old EVGA CLC 360 ad, where we said it had a special mounting kit. Demony BS, I think $10. Have some funds. Thank you. Have some gratitude. Duck Vision, $5. Steve, you're so dreamy. No, you just like me for the video cards in front of me right now. Rick Linville, $10. Cheers. Thank you. I'm going to read 2 more and then we'll get started. Jonathan Sutoris, $5. Have some of the money I was going to oh, there's more. Have some of the money I was going to spend on a 3080. That's actually much sadder. Sadly, as I am not a bot, I did not get one. Well, you should work on that. There's probably bot training classes where you too can learn to become a video card scalper and make your millions. I'm pretty sure this sale will not go through, but I don't know if anyone else caught it. Earlier, I saw a 3080 listed on eBay for $12,000 with 37 bids, and someone else told me they saw one for $70,000 that sold. I am 100% positive that at least the second one will not actually sell for that price, but I guess bidding it up to a point where it can't sell is good, because that's going to fight the scalpers a bit. And the last one I'll read before we get going. Electricity Machine, $5. We can hear you and see you. Glad I could tune into a live stream when it's happening this go around. Yes, thank you for tuning in. I thought there was another one I saw. Oh, yeah, okay, here it is. 2 more. So, Unarmed 206 says, did you see NVIDIA sell out in 1 second earlier and start with the FTW3? I did see that. I was watching it, trying to grab another card when it went up, and it was crazy. And then this one, Christian Manzanedo says, I'm stuck at the part of the overclocking guide where you get the card. A lot of people are, unfortunately. Okay, I'm going to just do a DDU here, and we will get the driver installed and going, and we'll do some 3D Mark Port Royal, I think, overclocking. All right. So this stream is brought to you by Thermal Grizzly. They're going to be the sponsor for this one. We've got Thermal Grizzly's thermal paste under the CPU cooler right now, which is an Arctic liquid freezer. And I'm using Cryonaut for that. We've got links to them in the description below if you're interested in high quality thermal paste. This is particularly good for liquid nitrogen overclocking, which we're going to be doing this weekend with Joe once Joe gets in. But we're starting with the air-cooled stuff today to kind of start it how most people will be using their devices. Let's clean and restart, and then install the drivers. Okay. I'm just checking on chat. XDev says there is overclocking guide. That's 10. I don't think so. But 10. If you come down here and visit the studio, maybe we can do a hard mod or something. Having a hard time convincing 10 to modify GPUs right now, because it sounds like 10 wants a little bit of a break from that. Who'd have figured? But maybe sometime in the future we can do some hard mods. Otherwise, Joe really wants to do some E-powers and zombie powers on the 3000 series. Okay. All right, what cooler are you using? This has a Liquid Freezer 280 on it right now, just for the CPU. We're not really doing too much crazy on the CPU side of things. Okay. So you get the drivers going. All right, and on the store, if you go to store.gamersnexus.net, we've got our brand new 1 million subs t-shirt that is available in limited quantities right now, where we have 8 sizes available. So we're trying to take the count of each, the distribution of the sizes that people want, so we can make the right ones. That way everyone can get the size they want. That is currently still in production because you all pushed us to 1 million way faster than we projected. But it's getting made pretty quickly. The quality is very good on the sample that we just had shipped out to us. And looking forward to getting those in. On store.gamersnexus.net, you can back order those if you want to make sure you get one. The previous, actually this is one of them, the previous limited shirts, like this polygon foil shirt we sold out of in, I think that was 3 weeks maybe for that one. Okay, Extreme driver install is going right now, and we're gonna have to do this for each card just to make sure the drivers don't get all screwy and stuck on stuff. Also, I'll point out the mouse mats are, do I have one out? I don't have one out right now because I'm using the one that we've got here. But the mouse mats are down to 10% of the inventory. So they're still in stock and shipping right now, but not for long. We'll be back ordered on those again soon. All right, let's do a restart. That was a shutdown. Close enough. Be right back. For the Founders Edition card, I don't have out right now because we already overclocked that in the review. If you want to check it out. Found one of the mouse mats. So that's the, let's turn that on. That's the mouse mat I was talking about, desk size mat. It's got the blue rubber on the back. That was an unbelievable amount of extra work to get done. Very hard to find that color of rubber. Blue stitching on the borders for endurance to hold up, and then we've got wireframe components on it for CPU, coolers. We have motherboard, RAM, video card memory, all that stuff. So that's on store.gamersnexus.net. I think we're probably going to sell out in the next few days of these, and then they'll be back on back order. Okay, we're booted in. Let's get going here. So I'm going to start with a complete stock run of the Asus TUF. Does this have a VBIOS switch?
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with me, man. I passed out for a little bit. I feel kind of better, but I'm not, like, that's not normal. Like, I shouldn't be this tired. And, yeah, that thing that, Goat Slayer said or whatever, I don't care. How much sleep did I get? I got a normal amount of. I mean, I think I passed out for an hour, but like before that, I got 8 hours. You know, that's a normal amount of sleep. And the conspiracy theories, gamer conspiracies are funny. Innocent till proven guilty. If not, then gamer drama is non-drama. My opinion. That's what I needed, I guess. How do I get in there, though? Something I gotta change, actually. This mouse has an extra button that defaults as a, like a DPI toggle. The sniper button. I don't use that, though. I don't know what it is. I think it's my medication acting up, honestly. Always had problems with it. Yeah, so this needs to change. Why am I sliding? Okay. Little Roomba. It turns you. Let me put that there. I need to get my YouTube chat. So weird, man. Like I'm completely fine now. You're addicted to Nightmare Reaper now? Well, I'm glad you found the game.
The beast comes near to me, my brothers and sisters, but he is weak. Your hate must match his will. Only then will you be truly safe.
Shotgun. Fuck. Oh, dude. What's the cool tip? Oh yeah, I remember that. I've seen people do that. You can do like... fuck. Dude, you know what? This is actually a good test. 'Cause I'm doing this on YouTube. Doom Eternal's a really hard game to stream.
On a distant world, you faced the enemy. And all the while, you were vacuuming.
There's people using it. I want to see what the quality is like. It looks pretty good. Not quite, not quite lossless. What's the cool tip? But, it's close. I don't think it's as bad as Twitch compression. Wow, come on, man. Going over. Hold on. I don't think the punch does damage, right? Shouldn't even bother. Not like a melee. Let me see if I missed anything. I think I'm good. Oh, okay, I see. Cool.
Your salvation lies in his destruction. The myth of the Slayer's strength is exposed now to us. Can you see it, brothers? He has lost the resolve to continue. Eat his soul. I must survive this. Protect me in my time of need, and you will secure your place in the new world.
Oh man. Alright.
Your super shotgun is nearby. A relic from your past. The priests have kept it hidden from you in this remote location.
Attention, all mortally challenged personnel. The Slayer is inside the facility. Please proceed with aggression.
I didn't mean to. Forgot where I'm at my plasma. These are rockets. Dude, you know what? I'm learning the game. I might as well enjoy the ray tracing. I don't have to worry about going fast yet. Oh, there's a time limit. Damn, dude. Look at that. RTX. What? I got no ammo for anything. Gotta be something here. Oh my god. Alright. I think I'm gonna do some QC. A lot of people streaming Doom. Alright, I'm gonna give Doom a break for now. You know what? I'll give it one more try. I think I like this thing better. At one point I learned the game with this, and it's like... this is more natural. If I can remember how to use it anyway. I just have to do the mapping on this. You know why I stopped using these? Like this specifically? Razer's software is garbage. Like, I'm trying to configure it, and none of these options are actually changing anything. And it's very clearly still connected, because if I switch profiles, light is changing. But it doesn't allow me to change the mappings at all. And with something like this, it's essential. You can't just... Hmm. Yeah, it's just completely ignoring it. Add a new key map. Let me see. Oh, now it works. Add a new profile. Alt. I think this one used to be G. It should be everything that I need. I don't tend to use the forward. I probably will make that T. That's another thing. Need this. The escape. This has another scroll wheel too. That's not very comfortable to use. Maybe if with my thumb might be. It's still a little odd though. Okay, I'm remembering things now. This was my flame belt. Forgot which one's shotgun. Things. Do for rockets. Okay, things are starting to make sense now. Video goals. Chainsaw. Yo, Al, what's up, man? Good morning. Dude, Doom's kicking my ass. How's the games? Not great. Honestly, I passed out in like the beginning of the stream for like an hour. I don't know why. Like I was just super tired. I passed out for a bit. Woke up, felt better. But, you know, I slept fine. I slept 8 hours. And I just started feeling like really weak and passed out. Oh shit. Oh shit. Fuck, I missed. Dude, this game is really pretty. I got the RTX turned on. When you look down, you can see your nuts. By the way, Al, did you still want to play CSGO? Let me know.
Attention, all cultist base personnel. Please destroy the Slayer. The priest must survive. I repeat, the priest must survive.
Not CSGO, it's CS2 now. Fuck. Probably. Same difference, yeah. They really didn't change much. The smoke is better. That's what I noticed. Dude, he's got like a baby face. Doom guy in the Quake Ranger helmet? No, doesn't work. You gotta carry my ass though, cause I suck at CS. I'm fucking awful. I just don't know smokes. I can shoot them. But that bullshit they do when it's like they're across the map and they fucking nail you with a grenade or something. That always gets me. Either pop off or bottom frag. Same. How long am I gonna stream for? Probably a couple hours. Why? Dude, that's crazy how you reflect off everything. Just waking up. All good. I'll still be around by the time you're ready. This was definitely what I needed to be using again. It's just, it's slower than a normal keyboard. I think I fucked up. I was supposed to do that challenge thing. Oh, I could still go back. need ammo. Like chainsaw one of these. Oh, wait. I didn't get the ammo from that. Fuck. I'm gonna wait on the recharge. Alright, I'm out. I'm fucking bad, dude. Oh, was I supposed to use this? Oh, that's entire. Forgot what those were. All right. That's enough, Doom. I'll get back on it tomorrow. I'm having a rough time. It's been a while. I thought I'd shake off the rust, and there's a lot of rust there. I might try a new game. I actually have 2 new games I wanted to try. This one's another, like, a Doom type game. Is there a way to sort by, like, your recently downloaded games on Steam? There has to be. I remember. Recent activity, maybe? It was this and Fallen Aces. I'm gonna do Fallen Aces first. Why 245?
Everywhere I go, I'm sure to see the image of you. Everyone I know appears to be